get going in a wee second or two. Sorry for the wee delay there. One or two wee technical problems as usual. Hopefully you can hear me loud and clear. There was a wee problem with the microphone. Nice. There's a few people on already. Hail to you as well. Rubber Duck 67. Hail to you as well. Pat McLaughlin. Nice to have two of the regulars on. Yet another new avatar symbol for Pat McLaughlin. Nice entertaining one. Been in some ways quite a big week for Celtic. Important result at the weekend against Hibs. Keeps us in the title race. Does look like it's now down to 2 teams in the title race rather than 3 teams. Rangers currently 7 points behind. 7 points behind Hearts and 4 points behind Celtic. So theoretically, if Hearts were to win on Saturday against Motherwell, that would pretty much knock Rangers out the title race. We, of course, ourselves can knock Rangers out the title race as well by beating them on Sunday. Just be a second, a couple of wee things to set up whilst I'm talking. Just be with you in a second or two. Great. Hello for you, Green for Go as well. Nice to have you on as well. Righty-ho. Sorry for those one or two wee delays. As I say, there was a wee problem with the microphone. Hopefully the microphone and stuff's all working fine. Because I had to go and fix the microphone, and then I lost all the stuff I'd done in terms of setting things up for the live stream. So great. So as I was saying a few minutes ago, it's been quite a big week for Celtic. Big win against Hibs at the weekend, beating them 2-1. A game which was a lot more nerve-wracking than it probably should have needed to be. Celtic producing in the first half, especially lots and lots of chances. We seemed to kind of lose our way in the second half. Didn't really produce quite so many chances in the second half. However, the super sub Kelechi Iheanacho came on. A couple of minutes later, he scores a goal to give Celtic the lead again. There were one or two wee scary moments between then and the end of the game, but in the end Celtic hung on and managed to win the game. So Green for Goal, not getting the overconfidence of beating them over the river, bearing in mind we've not beaten them in 90 minutes. Forget the cup games where we struggled against 10 men. I would say that probably in terms of confidence and in terms of quality of players, our team that we've got now is considerably better than the team that drew with them 2-2 and drew with them 0-0 in the cup around about March time. I think Carl McGregor is a lot fitter. Obviously, he missed that game, the last game against Rangers, as did Tierney. So I think Celtic are stronger now than they were in the 2 games back to back in March. I think Engels being back fit, McGregor looking fitter than he has before. Obviously, Alistair Johnston coming back at right back's been a big difference. I think the return to confidence of Dyson Mitre, so it would appear, with his goals and his performances against St Mirren, Falkirk, and then Hibs at the weekend. He seems to have got his energy back. He seems to have got his fire back. He still hasn't quite got his scoring boots and his crossing boots back on, but yeah. And so Iheanacho has been a super sub. So Greenford got, yes, I say we've not beaten them in 2 years. It's certainly McGregor, Engels, Hatate, Oxlade-Chamberlain, etc. haven't always taken control of midfield. And I think the last time we played against Rangers, we had Oxlade-Chamberlain, we had McCowan, we had Hatate in midfield. I think Celtic are stronger now that McGregor's back and he looks a lot fitter than he did before. Engels, I think, gives a lot more steel and combativity and pugnaciousness to midfield. As I said, if Dyson Mitre plays as well as Dyson Mitre can play, I think we have got the tools to beat them. Depending on which fullbacks Rangers play, they have a couple of fullbacks who are better at defending and a couple of fullbacks who are better at attacking. If they play their attacking fullbacks and they sacrifice the non-defensive ability of Tavernier to try and get some of his creativity, his long throws, his free kicks, his corners, etc., into the team, that does leave them very, very vulnerable to Chinyeki, Yang, Maeda going over the top. Don't think their centre-backs are terribly good at defending against pacey movements, pacey passes, pacey runners. And if McGregor, Engels, Negrin, Chinyeki, Yang do their job, setting up Dyson Maeda and or Kelechi Iheanacho, I think Celtic have got the tools to beat anybody, but particularly to beat this Rangers team, who can either play more defensive fullbacks or they can use Tavernier and the Belgian guy and be more attacking. When they're more attacking, that does leave them a lot more open at the back. And if we think about the second half of the 2-2 game, it was a game of two halves. Celtic first half let lots of chances go, a couple of poor defensive errors, a couple of very good goals by Rangers. Second half, we were all over them, and we came back to draw 2-2 that game. We could easily have taken a couple more of our chances, won that game, and in the Rangers didn't really, in the second half of that 2-2, give us terribly many problems at the back. So, Green Smoke, hail troops. You're dreading Sunday, just as you say, our current home form against them is poor. Certainly, Rubber Duck, Ralston hat-trick. I would be surprised if Ralston gets a hat-trick. I would be very, very surprised if Ralston starts the game. Maybe when Ralston comes on, hopefully with the last 10, 15 minutes to go with Celtic 2 or 3 goals up, that would be great. And Alistair Johnston's going to be starting from now to the end of the season. Hopefully even we get Johnson to be able to play 90 minutes. Good evening to you, Lauren, 6348. Great to have you on. Hail to you as well, JJ211. Wyoming CSC, David, thoughts on Newell's handball? Well, clearly, it's a handball. There's absolutely no doubt about it. When Chris Boyd said it's a handball and that Celtic got done out of a goal there, or got done out of a disallowed goal, clearly it's only going to have to be the most ardent Hibs fan or Hearts fan in terms of punditry that says it wasn't a handball and thus not what should have been the disallowed goal. So not terribly surprising that Michael Stewart, the ex-Hibs player and ex-Hearts player, said it wasn't a handball and it wasn't conclusive. It clearly was. I would say 99% certain that was a handball. hit him around about the t-shirt line, hit him on the forearm, hit him on the hand, fell to his feet, he scored a goal. I thought some of the comments made by Dermot Gallagher on the Sky show were stupid. Oh, Liam Scales didn't appeal for it. Well, Viljami Sinisalo appealed for it, and he had an even better look at it than Liam Scales. Liam Scales was too busy trying to header the ball and try and clear it. So it was a VAR error, just like, and now one could say that was really a decision for VAR to make, or at least VAR to tell the referee to have a look at it, because I doubt the referee actually had a proper vision of whether it did or it didn't hit which particular part of Newell, because he was standing from the back through a crowd of players. There was a couple of Hibs players in front of him, Trusty, Sinisalo, the linesman on the other side, who wasn't the Tory MP. He also had a vision that was blocked by other people. So I don't think the referee or the assistant referee could make the decision clearly. So the VAR should really have asked the referee to go and have a look at it. And I think the referee would have said, that's a handball, and disallowing the goal. So there was a lot of odd things with that one. Same as the Nygren penalty. That looked to me, when I first saw it, a clear, obvious penalty kick. The ball was a few yards still in play. Nygren was still a couple of yards in play, and Campbell pushed him two-handed out the pitch. You think about the fouls that Celtic got and Hibs got for pushing, and minor challenges in the game. That was a clear and obvious penalty kick, and it was confusing and bemusing why it never happened. JG211, yes, it is frustrating. I've missed a few comments. I'm sorry, because I was too busy talking and getting on my high horse about VAR. If we think about VAR in that game, Celtic got the benefit of VAR quite rightly for the Alan Johnson red card. On first viewing, I thought it was a challenge was high and it came from distance. However, had the referee just given us a yellow card, that would have been okay on first viewing. However, the VAR replays clearly show it's a red card challenge. Same as on first viewing of the goal that was offside that was then given by VAR. To be fair, that on first viewing, that was a 50-50 call. It could have gone either way. The assistant referee wasn't in a good position to see. So VAR correctly overturned that decision. So we got two decisions that should have gone in our favour, turned into our favour. So we benefited a red card, we benefited a goal that was disallowed that was then awarded. So we got benefit from VAR. However, VAR should have interceded for disallowing the goal, and it didn't. And it should have interceded to advise the referee, that's probably a penalty kick, go and have a look at it again. Neither of those things happened. So it's a wee bit swings and roundabouts. So VAR did give us two decisions that we deserved to have got that were missed first time around. Pat McLaughlin, yep, something we've talked about before, but certainly a lot of South Scotland's grounds aren't as nearly well set up as Celtic Park, Ibrox and Hampden Park. All of those grounds could easily accommodate several more cameras, goal line technology like they have at Hampden, and cameras shooting along the byline and along the goal line. However, Hibs, Hearts, Falkirk, Dundee United, etc., don't want to expand VAR. And you're quite right, Pat McLaughlin. Motherwell's camera is in Wishaw. Well, Motherwell don't actually have the top quality cameras that they should do. Thus, sometimes one of their cameras or two of their cameras don't work properly. So it makes offsides very, very difficult with the computerized system and the freeze frame camera system that we're using. And Wyoming CSC, Pat McLaughlin's comment about the VAR cameras at Motherwell, completely right. The Jota one was a shocker, and that was because someone hadn't switched that camera on, and or it wasn't functioning properly, and the computer technology wasn't able to use the images it could get from the other cameras to give them the information. JJ211, even with cameras, the official stats still can't make consistent calls. I think it's an issue, and it appears from the VAR referee watch thing they do on Sky that there are errors all over the place, and there are errors made by English referees for the Premier League, English referees in the Championship, and in the Premier League, VAR more often than not does correct errors. Quite often it misses them. There was a similar handball goal in the Liverpool-Man United game shortly after the Celtic game. For some reason or other, although it did hit the fingers of the Man United striker who scored the goal, VAR still gave the goal. So I don't think these referees making mistakes, assistant referees making mistakes, and VAR officials making mistakes is only in Scottish football. It's probably a bit more than Scottish football. But I wouldn't say it's exclusive to Scottish football. Greenfield, if you're the next manager coming in, what does it say to you off the club giving Forrest at 34 a new contract? McCown not good enough. Why not give McGregor a 6-year extension? Well, he's got 2 more years left on his contract. Whether he stays this summer or not, I'm not terribly sure. A lot of his comments in the press and interviews and stuff suggest that he's looking for a couple of big years of money in Saudi, and he's not actually going to stay at Celtic this summer, no matter what happens. Green for goal. There's a possibility that the decision to give Forrest a new contract, Scales a new contract, McCown a new contract has been discussed with whoever's coming in to be the new manager. A lot more stories coming out today suggesting that Jens Bertel Askew of Motherwell is kind of in pole position. Still quite a few rumours regarding Robbie Keane coming from Ferencváros. I think they've got their final league game this weekend. I think if they win that, they win the title, but I haven't been really following that one. Hail to you as well, Paul Maguire. So JJ Forrest, 211. Forrest is decent enough off the bench. I'm not convinced he needed a new deal there. Well, his contract is up at the end of the season. So my suspicion is this is the last contract James Forrest will get at Celtic. He will be 35 for a wide player that is a bit on the old side. To be fair, for Forrest in most games, when he comes on with 15, 20 minutes to go, he has created chances, some nice crosses, some nice passes. Was his cross that got Nygren's goal in the Aberdeen 2-1 win. It was his cross that got the penalty for Celtic in the 2-2 against Rangers. He did make a difference in extra time in the Cup semi-final against St Mirren. So he has influenced games coming off the bench. Don't think it's any. I think that's his role for this season and next is coming on 15, 20 minutes to go with against tired defences when Celtic need to create a chance. So Lauren 638, if Askew's in pole position for coming in Saturday night would be a great time to endear himself to the Celtic fans. I completely and totally agree. Obviously, Motherwell still are challenging they're in pole position for fourth place. Fourth place would guarantee European football for them next season. So they've got, obviously, if they win against Hearts on Saturday, there's no way that Hibs or Falkirk can overtake them. because of the goal difference, massive advantage between Motherwell and Hibs. So basically, if Motherwell do beat Hearts on Saturday, that would make them 99% certain, apart from a possible big goal difference swing in the last two games. Falkirk are still obviously in the challenge for fifth place. Potentially Hibs or Falkirk, if they do get fifth and Celtic win the cup and come first or second, that would then get Hibs or Falkirk into Europe coming fifth. So there's still plenty to challenge for the teams who are lying fourth, fifth, and sixth. Basically, all that Rangers can do is they can win out, certainly, which would give them a chance to come second, a small chance to come first. So completely agree, Lauren. That a good performance by Motherwell on Saturday. I can certainly see personally, don't know what other people think, I can certainly see Motherwell at least getting a draw off of Hearts on Saturday. If we look at what Hearts have done against Motherwell and against Falkirk so far this season, so Hearts have played Motherwell 3 times in the league, 3-3 draw, 0-0 draw, and then that 3-1 win a couple of weeks ago, the one which kind of turned on the penalty kick given away by Stephen Welsh. A lot of people don't believe that should have been a penalty kick. Some referees have said it was, some referees have said it should have been dangerous play by the Hearts attacker trying to head the ball lying on the ground. And putting himself in danger. So it's one of these things. So and my memory of watching the highlights of the Motherwell Hearts game when it ended up 3-1 to Hearts was Motherwell were much the better side for about 80 odd minutes, didn't take their chances, let Hearts back into the game to get that late penalty and then the extra time goal whilst Motherwell were up the other end. So against Falkirk not such a good record against Hearts this season. 3 defeats and one draw. The draw ended up being a win for Falkirk on penalties in the cup. But I think if we are looking for anybody to take points off Hearts in the last couple of games before they get to us in game 38, it's going to be Motherwell on Saturday. And I think Motherwell have the game to beat Hearts, and Hearts don't have such a good game for beating Motherwell. So Pat McLaughlin saying 3-0 to Motherwell. And Pat McLaughlin also saying 4-1 to Motherwell and 2-0 to Celtic would put Celtic top. Entirely right. Because we've actually scored more goals than Hearts, we just need to get a 5 goal difference swing. So a 3-goal win for Motherwell on Saturday and a 2-goal win for us on the Sunday would put us top of the table. A 3-goal win for us and a 3-goal one would put us ahead on goal difference as well. Good evening to you, Garrel and Cheryl Simpson. Hail to you as well, Shawnee boy. Paul McGuire saying Motherwell 3, Hearts 2, Celtic 3, Rangers 1. I like the sound of those results. That would give us 3-goal. That would take us back to a goal difference deficit of 2, which would mean winning, beat Motherwell, then beat Hearts by 1 goal in the final game. And if that's how everything panned out, that would be Celtic winning the title. So I like the sounds of that. So Greenford goal 60 goals less this season. I don't think it's quite that many, but I thought it was about 40 goals less this season. But I don't have the figures to hand, so I'm very happy to take your word for it. But I didn't think it was that much. So I don't honestly know what, I don't actually know what the bank balance sheet is as of at the moment. Obviously, you're saying it's £77 million to the good. Michael Ross saying 100 million to the good. I don't know that we actually know what Celtic's figures are at this moment, because the financial figures aren't released until the April. Obviously, we had figures. I don't remember the figures off the top of us being such massive positive balance, but anyway, Celtic do have this season a gigantic wage budget on and off the pitch. We've got an even bigger wage budget for the players next season. I'm not quite sure what the wage budget is for the staff, but all of the staff on the pitch, off the pitch, behind the scenes, in merchandising, the shops, etc., all the Celtic staff got pay rises over the course of the last 12 months or so. Our wage budget for the players has gone up quite considerably. We're far and away now the top paying club in Scottish football, 5-6 million more than Rangers' budget, and that's been the case the last 2 years. And next season, this season and next, will be even bigger than the seasons before. I'm given the fact Celtic have actually spent that large amounts on the wage budgets and the upgrades for all the other staff. Plus, we don't have the expected prize money from the Champions League, which was probably factored into their figures. It may be that they're having to use some of the money they were keeping for what they called a rainy day for these rainy days at the moment. I don't know. I'm not a financial person. And I don't think many of us on the forum, on the live stream, are financial people as well. So Greenford goal, we've not beaten Rangers in 90 minutes in 2 years. Same midfielder have disappeared in all those games. Well, it was different midfielders in the cup game, in that McGregor was out, Engels wasn't fit. So I think personally, Celtic's midfield has looked better the last couple of games since McGregor's looked more fit. I think Celtic's looked a better team with Alistair Johnston at right back defensively, but he also gives the team so much more going forward in midfield and in the final third. Thank you, Slabbing Cabbage. I don't know. I'm not as much as people think. I have absolutely no expertise, no inside knowledge. I'm just an enthusiastic fan, like all of us. The only time we ever get real financial figures is there's a 12 monthly report and the 6 monthly mid-year reports, and none of us are financial. I presume none of us are financial experts. Wyoming CSC, where's Osmond? My understanding is that Osmond has been building up his match fitness. He's been taking a full part in training for a couple of weeks. He's played a couple of bounce game friendlies. He's played for the B team in the Lowland League. He's scored a couple of goals in those practice games, and I think there's a possibility. Okay. So Lawrence 6348 saying Sunday's still too early for Osmond that she's heard. I haven't actually heard one way or the other. He certainly appears to be taking part in training. I always find it a wee bit difficult sometimes from a distance on the Celtic videos of training to tell him and Arnie Engels apart, because they do have similar faces and similar hair. But it did look like both Engels and Osmond were running about, taking full part in all the training, the ball work, etc. Good to see Cameron Carter-Vickers taking a full part in all the running around bits. Doesn't seem to be taking any part with the kicking the ball part, which is perfectly fine. He has got an Achilles tendon that's healing up. However, it was good to see Carter Vickers back in training, running about. Paul McGuire saying, do you think it will be the same team, or do you think Iheanacho and Forrest will start? I would be very, very surprised if Forrest or Iheanacho started. I think both of them, there are worries about their ability to start a game and commit 100%. They both seem to have issues with fatigue, endurance. Iheanacho played from the start against Dun United and was very, very poor. He doesn't contribute as much to the team as the other players who played as the central striker, other than the fact that Iheanacho scores the goals, which Adamu hasn't done, Kenny hasn't done so much, although he's now gone on loan. Chavanchara. So players like Chavanchara gave more to the team in terms of linking up play, creating space for others, assists, winning the ball, holding the ball up, etc. If we remember the Hibs near goal in the 88th minute, Iheanacho was given the ball at halfway line. He lost the ball. The ball then went to Hibs player who went forward. Iheanacho didn't track him back to tackle him on the out wide, and the Hibs player then got the ball into the box, and then it nearly ended in the goal. So Iheanacho, to me, his best role is coming off the bench with 20 minutes, 30 minutes or so to go. Same way maybe James Forrest, again, they were coming on 15, 20 minutes to go to replace Yang or Chineke or Yang and Chineke, to put Maida from central out wide. Yes, Greenford go. I completely 100%. I thought that was a really stupid comment. So you're saying McGregor said on TV on Sunday that we need to be more patient. How many times do you need to pass the ball back to Scales? We're scraping through games or needing subs to win games. Well, I fully accept the first part of that statement. I thought we needed to be a lot more proactive, a lot more incisive in the final third. We need to get the ball out wide quicker through the defences better. I thought actually down the left-hand side when Dyson Maida went out to the left, that we actually hit Scales, Tierney, McGregor, Negrin, etc. did release the ball over the top really well for Maida. But when we get in and around the box, there was far too much, I was going to say a bad word, messing about with short passes, trying to find the perfect shooting angle. If you think about the goal that we did score in the first half, that was some really clever 1-2 by Alistair Johnson, Benjamin Negrin. So it was one incisive pass by Johnson into Negrin, clever turn and pass back into Johnson's path. He takes a couple of steps, brilliant ball across the 6-yard box, and Maida, great run, scores the goal, and it's allowed after VAR overrules the wrong offside check. So that was really incisive, quick thinking, not showing any patience, etc. However, it still counts. So we are scraping through games. We are relying on subs to save games and win games. But then that's part of what football is. It doesn't. Your starting 11 don't have to win every game for you. There are going to be times where you have to battle to a win, and to be fair to Heart, an awful lot of their season this season has been battling to save games, battling to win games. McInnes changing the formations at half time, changing the formations and the players partway through the half. His changes created goals for the Rangers match to come from 1-0 down to winning 2-1. So that's the whole point of being a manager. It's the whole point of being a player. It's the whole point of being a sub is you can come on, you can change the game. And the 3 points are still 3 points. The goals aren't any greater or lesser because it's a starting player or a sub that scores the goals. So it would be brilliant to start every game and get a 2 or 3 goal lead in the first 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then coast the rest of the game to add to your lead. But If Celtic win the next couple of games, next 3 games by 2-0, that could well, depending on the Motherwell result on Saturday, be more than enough for Celtic to win the title. If it takes a scrappy, deflected goal in the last minute of the Celtic Hearts match for Celtic to win the title, that's fine, because we'll still have won the title. Can you forgo if game scores go accordingly next 3? Where does McGregor think the missing 5 goals we need are going to come from? I completely agree, but it was a bizarre statement. It was a wee bit odd because Martin O'Neill started to say the same sort of thing in one of his interviews, and then he changed his mind about it. So maybe there was cross messages in the dressing room with McGregor and O'Neill and so on. But I thought it was a silly comment. Lauren 6348. Yep, he's been, for me, one of Celtic's most disappointing players all season. I personally have thought in the last 2 or 3 games he's looked fitter, faster, and better. But there were a couple of months I thought that he was kind of coasting along. Whether that was because his injury was causing him a lot more problems than he wanted, whether he's been in negotiations with Brendan Rodgers' team for next for this summer onwards. Sometimes that takes people's eye off the ball, metaphorically or literally, in that they're thinking about other things. So they're negotiating another contract, and they kind of lose focus on their training, their fitness, their energy, etc. Oops, not quite sure what comment's stupid, but Michael Ross, Kalmaki is no Celtic captain for me. Does he ever argue with referees? Doesn't tend to argue terribly much with referees. It tended to be more players like Trusty, Alsa Johnston, Engels, not so much Scales, Tierney a wee bit, but I fully accept he doesn't seem to have the passion and fire that a Scott Brown, a Neil Lennon, a Paul Lambert would have had. Doesn't seem to have the passion and fire that a John Hartson, a Chris Sutton, a Bobo Baldi, a Tom Boyd, lots and lots of players from Celtic's great years. He doesn't tend to get that fired up for me, especially recently. And I do think that Celtic do have players in the side who are more combative, more pugnacious. Good examples being Alsa Johnston, Austin Trusty, Arnie Engels. All of them do get stuck in. All of them do get stuck into the opposition. They all voice their opinions to the referee. Lauren, we have at least 2 guys who can step up and captain this club if McGregor goes. I'd be fine if he goes. I think, as I said earlier on, his performances this season have been a lot of them have been a lot more disappointing. I was disappointed with his captaincy and lack of captaincy in the 2 Kira Almaty games. There's been a lot of games, particularly in the Wilfred Nancy era, where he kind of went missing during the games, before the games, after the games. He wasn't really there present for the post-match press conferences and interviews. He was never available for any pre-match press conference. He was pretty silent throughout the whole Wilfred Nancy era, and maybe he didn't get on with Wilfred Nancy. Maybe he wasn't happy with the tactics. However, as the captain of the side, you do need to front up and speak. And he fronted up to speak when Rodgers was the manager. He's fronted up and spoken a bit, not so much with Martin O'Neill as the manager. So I would be happy, Lauren, if next season Alsa Johnston chooses to stay at the club and he becomes the captain. Potentially, if Carter Vickers, if he gets fit, he could be a pretty decent captain. He's a wee bit quieter than Callum McGregor, although maybe that's because Callum McGregor's the captain. Liam Scales, who's sort of the deputy vice captain. he doesn't seem quite so noisy and vocal and up and at them as Johnston and Trusty and Engels and stuff are. Michael Ross, he was pathetic during the Nancy. I tend to agree with that one. I say his performances didn't really step up to the new style of football. He seemed to struggle with having that extra energy, the extra running about that system had. Under that system, he was one of the midfielders who was supposed to get back to help out the back three: Ralston, Trusty, Tierney, Scales, etc. It was his job. It was to drop back and be the fourth, fifth defender, and especially if Tierney or Scales or whomever had gone up the pitch. Michael Ross, you lost all respect for Calmac this season, started with the Kierat games. Well, again, it's really nice that we're agreeing with each other. I was really disappointed with his lack of captaincy, his lack of going around at the end of 90 minutes and at the end of 120 minutes to get everybody fired up for the game, fired up for extra time, fired up for the penalty kicks, etc., etc. He does tend to be, for me, a person who kind of goes into his shell when he should really be stepping up and, high-fiving people, getting them fired up, getting into the group huddle, getting everybody fired up. It was a real contrast for me between the Kierat Almaty players in their group huddle, all shouting, screaming, hitting each other in the back, high-fiving, and the Celtic people at that point. No problem, Michael Ross. Say what you feel. I've got no problem at all. I am disappointed in our captain. I'm disappointed in quite a few of our players. Having said that, I do think that McGregor has played a bit better the last 2 or 3 games. Dyson Maida, who has been a disappointing player all season, he stepped up in the last few games. And it does kind of show quite how good Celtic could have been this season if Dyson Maida had played anything like how he did last season. 33 goals last season. I think it's like 11 or 12 goals this season. So that's 20 goals we've lost simply from Dyson Maida. You then add into the fact that last season Adam Ida scored 20 goals, mostly off the bench. Nicholas Kuhn scored 21 goals off the wing. Corresponding to that, we've had Yang scored 9 goals off that wing that Kuhn was scoring 21 off. And we haven't really replaced the goals that Ida would get as a sometimes starter, regular substitute. He kind of last season did what Iheanacho's been doing recently, which is coming off the bench late in games to score goals to win games or score goals to pad out the lead in games. Pat McLaughlin, I completely agree. It's not all on Maida this year. Kuhn creating chances. I think our midfield last season was much better at creating chances. I think, like everything in football or everything in life, if there's a team or an organisation, it's not down to one person necessarily for failing, etc. It's usually down to the whole team. The team on the pitch, the team behind the scenes, the coaches, the managers, the physios, the doctors, the sports scientists, etc. It's down to the board, the scouts, the recruitment people. It's down to everybody for a fully functioning, successful football side. And we haven't done that well this season. However, we can look at this season compared to last season. Dyson Maida, the number of what are called big chances he's missed in terms of the stats are way up into the mid-20s, a lot better than they were last season. Last season, he put away a lot more of his chances than he has up until this point. This season, I think against about the Hibs match at the weekend, he missed probably 2 or 3 really good chances to score. He was clean through on goal on 2 occasions in the first half. One went miles over the bar, one went wide of the post. The second half, he got put in behind, and again he had he delayed his shot, and then it got blocked away for a corner. So there is a degree of Maeda. His efficiency in front of goal last season was a lot better than it is this season, and he and Johnny Kenny have missed something like 35 big chances. So 35 chances that should have been goals in terms of how the statisticians measure things. Very odd comment from head of the Vatican State there. So Ernest Mostly 8156. Every player comes in and out of form. Back our captain to produce the goals again. Yeah. Again, comparing this season to last season, McGregor scored a heck of a lot more goals last season than he has this season. Negrin, in a sort of a hybrid attacking midfielder position, scored 20. Hatate scored 6. Engels, I think he scored 1 goal that's not been a penalty kick. McGregor's down about 3 or 4 this season. He was up at 10 or more last season. Yeah, quite right, Lord. 3634. That was not the kind of comment you expect from the head of the Vatican State. Although I dare say he's under a bit of pressure with the way that the President of the United States of America has been treating him recently. Kenneth Todd, I haven't deliberately ignored anybody. So if you want to restate your comment, I'll try and put it up. Honest to goodness, it is absolutely wonderful. There's so many comments, so many brilliant comments, so many things to stimulate conversation. So I do apologize. So if that was your comment, Kenneth Todd, Brendan and Callum asked the board to buy players. We got nothing. Brendan left and Callum didn't push from then on in. Not another penny. Well, fair enough. That's an entirely reasonable point of view. However, the fact that Brendan Rodgers got his job in Saudi so quickly after leaving Celtic, it did sound like that deal was a bit like the Ange Postecoglou deal to go from Celtic to Spurs at the end of his second season, i.e. it had been under negotiation for quite a while, remembering that the Celtics board and chairman and Dermot Desmond and so on had offered Rodgers a new £10 million contract over 3 years in the summer, last summer. So there was a £10 million per year, sorry, £3.5 million a year contract on the table for Rodgers to accept in June, July of last summer. And again, I think a lot of rumours are suggesting that there's a similar £10 million contract on the table for Callum McGregor for the next 2 or 3 seasons. That reportedly Brendan Rodgers' team in Saudi has got on the table for him, and he's Pat McLaughlin, you make a tremendous point. Was that contract offer true? I don't know. I'm not Dermot Desmond. I'm not Michael Nicholson. I'm not Peter Lawwell. Those were the 3 people said to have been on a golfing weekend or a golfing week trip with Rodgers across at Rodgers' house in Spain. So reportedly, early in the pre-season, post-season era, those three from Celtic went across to stay with Rodgers at his Spanish or Portuguese, whatever it was, holiday home or second home. And reportedly that was put on the table. But like everything at Celtic, it's not released to the public. For some of those things, that actually comes down to rules and regulations regarding stock exchanges and shares and all these things. There are restrictions on what can be released in terms of financial information that break the rules, because Celtic, although it is a football club, it also is quoted on the stock exchange. It still is a PLC and so on. So there are still rules and regulations. Pat McLaughlin, there are lots and lots and lots of stories going around. Nobody really knows what's happening. What tends to happen is the people who are out of the situation, like Rodgers, etc., or other people who've left the club, can talk because they're not bound by their contracts, are not bound by different things. And again, I believe when you read any stories in the various different football sites and football newspapers or supposed football experts from the Daily Record or the Scotsman or the Herald or the Independent or whatever, I find very few of them actually are based on anything that's certain. Most of it seems to be inside sources and people say and this, that, and the other. And I find about 9 times out of 10, the story just seems to be completely made up. Roger said we'll all sit down in the summer. Well, my understanding was they did sit down in the summer on their golfing holiday last summer of 25, and then there was a contract prepared by Michael Nicholson, etc. And then Roger said we'll look at it again this spring, i.e., now at the end of the season. It does make it quite difficult to forward plan if you don't know who's going to be your manager, as is obviously the case with Celtic at the moment. We don't know who our manager is going to be at the moment, so it makes it really difficult negotiating contract extensions. It makes it really difficult for scouting, recruitment, etc. That does seem to be going on in the background with Celtic at the moment. Maybe that means we have got a manager set up for next season. Who knows? Green for Go, none of this team are good enough to lace the boots of Tommy Burns or a Martin O'Neill side 20 years ago. The standard today is red rotten at Celtic and has been proved in this team. I would say that my personal opinion, and again, it's just my personal opinion, having watched Celtic since around about 1972, is that some players in this side, such as Alistair Johnston, Kieran Tierney, really are top quality players. Callum McGregor, maybe not so much now because he's had a poor season, but he was good enough to be in any of the Martin O'Neill sides, as would be Johnson, as would be Tierney. Alistair Johnston, as would be Tierney. Dyson Maida for me was good enough to have been in the Martin O'Neill side or the Tommy Burns sides. So I do accept some players in Celtic squad aren't brilliant. I don't think Yang, I don't think McGowan would have been in the side. I don't think Chuneki would be in the side. I don't think Scales would be in the side. So I think there are plenty of players in this Celtic squad who are good players. After all, if you want a good player, top teams in Europe wouldn't be offering 25 to 30 million for Engels. You wouldn't be getting something in the region of 15 to 20 million for Maeda. You wouldn't have got 25 million for Tierney a few seasons ago. Jota, 25 million a few seasons ago. Just a couple of seasons ago, we sold Matt O'Reilly for 25 or more million. So we have had really good quality players. We've still got really good quality players. And I do think players like Johnson, Tierney, Maeda would have been in any of the Tommy Burns era teams or the Martin O'Neill team 20 years ago. My personal opinion. I don't think the left back and right back that Martin O'Neill had 20 years ago would have been anywhere near as good as if O'Neill was offered Alsa Johnston and Kieran Tierney as his right back and left back in the team in the 2000 to 2005 era, he would have bitten your hand off. We had decent players playing in the full back positions, but not really top quality players in those positions. Now, we've got nobody in this side who is anywhere near Henrik Larsson, but then Henrik Larsson is a one in a lifetime quality of players. Sutton, Hartson, super players. Lennon, a super player. Lambert, a super player. Alan Thompson, a good player for Celtic. We had pretty decent defenders, people like Valharin and Baldi, etc. Stilian Petrov, a super player as well. So we probably had, for that time in history, a bit more quality in the side. But I think there are players from this current era who would fit into the team back in the Tommy Burns years and in the Martin O'Neill years. But just my opinion. Ernest Mostly 8156. Jackie McNamara, for me, he's a much underrated player. Completely agree. He was one of these players that all teams kind of rely on. Worked very hard. Played various different positions. He played some fullback. He played some midfield. He played occasionally as more of a sort of right side of central defender. He was a super player, heart on his sleeve, a real Celtic man, long history at Celtic. So Jackie McNamara, Tommy Boyd again, good hard-working players. But for me, if I could choose McNamara or Tom Boyd as the fullbacks, or I could choose Alsa Johnston or Julian Arojo, who we had up until injury, I would put them in there. And I would have Kieran Tierney as my left back. Clashman Numpty, nice to have you on. Evening, David. How do you think O'Neill was set up on Sunday? Sorry if I missed it. We haven't really properly discussed this, so you've brought up a really good point. My personal opinion for the team on Sunday, it's going to be the same team basically as we used against Hibs. Sinisalo in goals, Alistair Johnston at right back, Trusty Scales centre backs, Tierney as left back, Engels and McGregor as sort of box to box midfielders. We then have Benjamin Negan as a floating attacking midfielder, Chineki on the left, Yang on the right, and Maeda through the middle starting the game, with the intention of bringing on Iheanacho with about 20 minutes, half an hour to go, Forrest with 15-20 minutes to go, probably, I hope, Oxlade-Chamberlain and or Hatate with 15-20 minutes to go or half an hour to go. Hopefully, hope to goodness we don't bring on Luke McCowan. Quite how Luke McCowan gets to come on the pitch ahead of Hatate and ahead of Oxlade-Chamberlain, now that all three of them are basically the same fitness, goodness only knows. Well, Greenford Go 1969, Yang's a headless chicken. Well, Yang is our third top scorer with 9 goals. He scored brilliant goal against Rangers in the game we ended up losing 3-1, but that was a brilliant goal, driving off the wing, beating 3 or 4 Rangers players. Brilliant shot into the top corner. He scored a super goal against Hearts to put us 2-1 up. The one where Chavanchara and Maeda interlinked. Chavanchara beat the Hearts defence, crossed the ball to the back post. Yang brilliantly slid in and scored a goal there. I think Yang has a lot of faults, but much like Nygren with his 20 goals, Yang with his 9 goals has been an important cog in our machine. He scored 9 goals this season. Forrest has scored 1 goal this season. Chineki, I guess, has scored 5 or 6 goals this season. And Maeda has dropped 33 goals last season to 12 this season. So in an ideal world, Yang wouldn't be our first choice right winger. He would be our backup right winger. However, due to a combination of us not properly replacing Kuhn, some players bought to replace Kuhn not really stepping up, and a variety of things, it's not worked out. So Pat McLaughlin could get Jordan for 4 to 5 million this summer. He's got 1 year left. I honestly don't know quite who Celtic can get these days, and that's not down to, for me, lack of ambition from the board. It's due to the quality of Scottish football. Now, I did read a year or so ago that there was an attempt to get Jordan Larsson to come to play for Celtic, but he turned that down. He didn't want to come and play for Celtic. Didn't want to come and play in Scotland. Didn't want to come and play for Celtic. And to an extent, I can see why. If I was Jordan Larsson, I wouldn't want to come and play for Celtic, because much like Paul Dalglish when he came to play for Celtic very briefly, everybody was comparing him to his dad. And quite often, if you've got a player who's got a famous dad and the player's not as good as his dad, it's actually quite difficult for that player to go to a club where his dad has been a superstar, like Henrik Larsson was, obviously, at Celtic. And there's not terribly many sons of famous footballers who've done well at where there's been a comparison between them and their dad. You think about Jordi Cruyff and Johan Cruyff, etc. So that, for me, if I was Jordan Larsson, I wouldn't want to come and play for Celtic simply for the fact that my dad played for Celtic, i.e. Jordan Larsson's dad, not my dad, played for Celtic, and you'd endlessly being compared to what your dad did and what your dad didn't do, and he's not as good as his dad and so on. So my understanding was there was a plan to get Jordan Larsson to come to Celtic, and he chose not to come. Clashman Numpty, maybe Nygren's a luxury we can't afford on Sunday. Thoughts? Well, my personal feeling is if Celtic get on the front foot, drive whoever's playing fullback for Rangers and wingers for Rangers back into midfield and back into defence. And to do that, obviously, we need Tierney and Johnson to step forward from defence into midfield. We need Engels and McGregor to be winning the ball. And then if that happens, that does free up Nygren to not have to win the ball in midfield and do tracking back, etc., which are not his strong points. So personally, I would always want Nygren in the team because he scores goals, he creates goals. Also, the free kick he scored against Hearts means he does actually have good quality with delivering direct free kicks on goal if we ever get one. He had a pretty good free kick against was it Falkirk or St Mirren that was really well, the Falkirk that was really well saved, diving to the left. He had a good free kick against Hibs that clipped the top of the wall and bounced away. So personally, Plashman Numpty, I would always have Nygren in the side because he does have the habit of scoring goals. So, but McLaughlin, my dad never played for Celtic. What I was trying to contrast is it's actually very unusual for a player who has a very famous dad to do well at a club where his dad has been a big successful player. And so I think that if Jordan Larsson did come to Celtic, he would be forever in his dad's shadow, and I think it would put extra pressure on him to deliver that he probably doesn't have. So some very odd comments in the comment section, all seeming to be centering on the head of the Vatican State, who is just voicing his opinions. Anyway. Tone 70, Birmingham and Norwich both looking at Abada. I hadn't seen that for definite. There, obviously, he had a good start to his career in America, but it's kind of fallen by the wayside the last sort of several months. So he may well be looking to come back to. He may be looking to come back and play in Britain. I'm not quite sure how easy that would be for him. Abada, I was really impressed with Abada in the Ange Postecoglou years, given the fact that he was playing for us at the age of 19, 20, 21. I thought he came into the team and was remarkably good. Michael Ross saying, would you agree that Sinisalo doesn't score enough goals? Surely a modern keeper should chip in with 5 to 10 goals. Well, in theory, if you think about what a goalkeeper's job it is to save goals at the other end. So a goal saved by Sinisalo at one end is one less goal that Celtic need to score at the other end. He has made some super saves this season. You could say he was maybe at 50% at fault for the goal against Hibs. Celtic's defenders didn't clear that ball the first 2 or 3 times. However, his punch for the third time that ball got into the box was rather poor. Unfortunately, as has been the case so often this season, Celtic's not been great getting to the second and third balls from those sorts of situations, and that's why Hibs managed to recycle that ball several times, and then Sinisalo's punch was rather poor. So no, I wouldn't expect goalkeepers to score goals. Greenford, sorry, David, I don't agree. He should be at Birmingham City due to Nicholson's incompetence, just like Scales, who should be at Aberdeen. He's their level. Only for us to injury, we kept Scales. Yes, well, Scales has been a very dependable player for Celtic since 23-24 season. So he stepped in obviously when Nawrocki was injured and Welsh was injured and Carter Vickers was injured. That's why he and Lagerbielke had to form a partnership. With Lagerbielke just a couple of days in the door, they got thrown in at the deep end. Kilmarnock match, and then straight into the game against Rangers, which we ended up winning. Scales has been a very dependable player. He wouldn't be in my. I think he's a good third or fourth choice centre back for Celtic. I think Celtic need to upgrade. Need to upgrade at centre back for next season, and we need to upgrade in lots of positions. I think players like Trusty and Scales are decent third and fourth choices for Celtic. Maybe along with Dane Murray as number 5, as a player that can keep on developing and he's homegrown. So Strangelove the Doctor, good point. Jose Luis Chalaver took free kicks and took penalty kicks, especially. He had an excellent international record and club record taking penalty kicks. It's been a long time since goalkeepers were the number one penalty taker for the team, but Chalaver was one. Obviously, there's quite a lot of danger if your goalkeeper's up taking direct free kicks or up taking penalty kicks. However, goalkeepers obviously do dead ball kicks on a really regular basis, so it's not quite so stupid. And Jack Butland apparently is a good penalty taker. Joe Hart was one of Celtic's best penalty takers, although he did miss that one in the penalty shootout. He had been one of Celtic's top 5 in the practice games and practice sessions going into the cup final and the cup semi-final. So Joe Curran 9813. I didn't watch the Rangers Hearts game live. I watched the highlight bits and bobs, but I didn't actually watch the game. I don't tend to actually watch other teams apart from Celtic and Liverpool play games live. Those are the two teams that I support, one in Scotland, one in England, obviously. I don't tend to watch an awful lot of football from start to finish. If it's other teams, I like to watch the highlights and stuff. However, he felt Shanklin showed how a captain should act when he was subbed off. He was doing a manager-captain role, directing, pointing where to play, unlike Cal McGregor. I completely agree. This is something we've talked about a wee bit earlier on. I don't think McGregor is captaining the side very well. Don't think he's a Neil Lennon, a Paul Lambert, a Scott Brown. Don't think he's a Billy McNeil. I don't think he's a Roy Aitken. I can think of all of Celtic's great captains of recent years. You can either lead on the pitch or you can lead vocally in terms of firing players up and geeing players up, etc., and explaining tactics and stuff. I don't think that's Callum McGregor's strength or forte. Scott Dougal, good to see John McGinn get a couple of goals for Aston Villa tonight. Yep, it's good, and more so, obviously, for Scotland terms, because if Scotland are going to do anything good in this World Cup this summer, it's going to take players like McGinn and McTominay especially to have particularly good 3 or 4 games, in that Scotland don't actually really have any recognised proper striker who puts chances away, so it does require particularly the McGregors, the McGinns, the McTominays to score goals, because we don't actually have a top quality striker in the Scotland team. So it is nice for Scotland terms to see Kieran Allen, these 3 games I back McGregor. I know he's different, but he usually gets us there. I'm certainly hoping he does tend to get fired up for the Rangers match. He does tend to get in the face of the Nico Raskins and the Diamandis and the Connor Barons and stuff. So he does seem to get himself fired up for Rangers match. He does seem to push and shove and get in the face of people and tackle harder, try harder, run harder. So hopefully that's going to be the case this Sunday. Completely agree, Clashman Numpty. Engels needs to get in and about Diamandi big time on Sunday, or whomever Rangers have in central midfield. Certainly players like Diamandi, Raskin do have a temper. Barron also. So I could definitely see if Engels gets 1 or 2 nice challenges in the first 10, 15, 20 minutes. It could get the crowd fired up, which I think is always quite important, which is where I think players like Arojo and Engels and Johnston, I know Arojo's not playing it, just Arojo kind of epitomised in the Rangers matches he played in and the Hearts matches he played in, what it's like to have a player who's really fired up. Ernest, mostly 8156. Mark Leonard, a Scot, would be a good squad player. Well, certainly he's on loan at Hearts at the moment from Birmingham. He is said to be on the fringes of the Stevie Clarke Scotland international squad, reportedly. And again, who knows whether this is true or not. Celtic have made first inquiries with Leonard, his agent, and with Birmingham about his availability this summer. Pat McLaughlin saying Barron, Raskin, Diamandi, probably. I could certainly see Rangers forgoing a bit of creativity in their midfield to add in a bit more fire and aggression. Diamandi has made a difference a couple of times. They have been playing I think he's an Austrian player, the one they got from Sturm Graz quite a bit recently. But there's been quite a lot of criticism that I've read of Danny Rowe for not playing those three so often. Good night to you, head of the Vacants. I'm sorry I haven't been able to put quite so many of your comments up. There's lots and lots of other comments. So good, thanks for being part of the live stream. Hopefully you have a nice, peaceful night's sleep and ready to do all your great things tomorrow and yep. Paul McGuire, Mark Leonard is Scottish. Which obviously is of benefit to Celtics, of benefits to Hearts. He was kind of wallowing in the reserves for Birmingham. Hearts got him in because they had a few injuries like Cammy Devlin in midfield. And they brought him in on loan, and he's kind of stayed in the side despite the fact that a couple of their injured midfielders have come back into the team, although they've actually had more injuries in defence and more injuries in midfield since that time. So Ernest, mostly we should go for Leonard and Mulligan. Haven't seen so much of Mulligan just recently. I don't know whether he's injured, but I don't think he wasn't involved in the Hibs team at the weekend. What I've seen of Mark Leonard on highlights for Hearts, he's been a decent player. I haven't actually watched him play a full 90 minutes. I don't tend to watch the other teams playing live. I just tend to watch any of those games on highlights on Scotsport or not Scotsport, Sports Scene. Scott Sports obviously is long gone. Sports Scene or on Sky Sports, etc. So Clashman Numpty, is it a case for Hatate starting on Sunday? I think there's 100% case for Hatate being the first midfielder off the bench. If he doesn't start, and again, one of the things the Celtic haven't really tried this season, it would be a brave person to do it in going into the game against Rangers on Sunday. But there would be an argument to using Engels, Hatate, and McGregor as a midfield three, using Nygren as a second striker behind Iheanacho or behind Maeda, and forgoing one of our wide players, encouraging Johnston and Tierney to get out wide. So choosing one out of Chineki or Yang to be a wide player, maybe that player swapping from right to left, left to right, but then using the fullback on that side to come forward when Yang's playing on. So Tierney coming forward on the left when Yang comes forward on the right, Johnson coming forward on the right when Yang goes over to the left. I don't think we can give up the goals that Nygren scored this season, but I think there's a strong argument for going with a proper midfield three, Hatate, Engels, and McGregor, maybe giving up, as I say, one of our designated starting wide players, using Nygren as a sort of floating role, but more as a second striker behind Maeda and or Iheanacho. with the hard work that Yang or Maeda does when they're playing out wide, you probably could forgo having a designated wide player on one side or the other. Pat McLaughlin, Celtic have scored 3 goals on 15 occasions this season, 10 times under O'Neill, twice under Nancy, and 3 times under Brendan Rodgers. That sounds about right. We have had some nice, comfortable wins over Falkirk, over Dundee United. They were both 4-0s. We had 3-1 and 4-2 under Nancy against Aberdeen, and then again against Livingston. We had a 4-1 under Rodgers against Falkirk in the League Cup. So we have had games where we have managed to add on the goals. We had that 3-2 comeback against Kilmarnock as well under O'Neill. So what we really do need is coming out, dominating the game nice and early, getting on top of Rangers, getting a nice early goal. One of the problems from just vaguely from memory, apart from the 3-1 defeat at the start of this year, in most games, Celtic have actually given up early leads to Rangers in games between Celtic and Rangers at Celtic Park. Obviously, at the week in January, we had the great start to the game, but didn't put the chances away. Only 1-0 up at half time. The League Cup semi-final that we won 3-1 in the end after extra time. Again, that was a game we started really pretty well. We had a disallowed goal. We had the Johnny Kenny goal. We then had the sending off as well. So Ernest Mosley 8156, Negrin can't tackle, can't win the ball, can't carry the ball. He's a ghost in midfield. 20 goals though, he's annoying. It's kind of like what a lot of players, a lot of football pundits said about a player called Jimmy Greaves. A lot of you probably aren't old enough to remember Jimmy Greaves, but Jimmy Greaves scored an absolute barrel load of goals for various different London clubs way back in the 60s. Didn't tend to do very much in a team apart from score goals, but he scored an absolute bundle of goals. Gary Lineker, another player, a bit more of a modern player, for Everton, for Spurs, Barcelona, across in Japan, playing for England, didn't contribute very much to the team apart from scoring goals. So I think you do have to. It's a bit like swings and roundabouts. So it doesn't contribute an awful lot to the team, but 20 goals, 8 assists. About another dozen big chances that Negrins that created that other players haven't taken. Kieran Allen, Michael Owen, yep, another player. He maybe did give teams a bit more in terms of his ability with his pace to get in behind defence and stretch defences, etc. But he certainly wasn't a player who did an awful lot of closing down, ball winning, harassing defenders. He tended to kind of hang about on the last shoulder, beat defenders, use his pace, use his skill, and score goals. So. Okay, well, I could use the examples of Lubomir Moravcik and Shinsuke Nakamura. They didn't really get involved terribly much in the hurly-burly and fighting in midfield, but they scored and created a heck of a lot of goals. Shinsuke Nakamura, absolutely amazing at taking direct free kicks. So neither Nakamura nor Moravcik particularly got involved in fighting for the ball in midfield, tracking back, helping out in midfield. He tended to rely on other players to do that job. Matt O'Reilly wasn't the the best player for fighting for the ball in midfield, tracking the ball back, etc. O'Reilly's best performances and best work for Celtic was all done in the final third. He wasn't really one who came out to help, came back to help the defence, or came back to fight for the ball in midfield. My theory regarding Nygren would be more the fact that the McGregors, the Engels, the Hatates, the McCowans, the Paulo Bernardos haven't been doing so well doing their more negative part of midfield work, which has kind of magnified Nygren's lack of ability to do those more negative bits. So, Kieran Allen, Nygren needs to play. I would agree with that. Clashman Numpty feels different. That's the beauty of being a Celtic fan, being a football fan, is we've all got theories. At no point, Ernest Mosley, would I ever say that Nygren was in the league of Lubomir Mravchik or Nakamura. If anybody's ever watched the 2.5, 3 years of this challenge, of this channel rather, the Mravchik and Nakamura are two of my top 10 favourite Celtic players of all time. I think they were brilliant, brilliant, brilliant players. All I'm trying to say is Nakamura and Mravchik didn't do an awful lot of the hard work in midfield. They relied on the Lennons, the Lamberts, etc., to do the hurly-burly and fighting in midfield. Good. So Clashman Numpty being stimulating discussion, which is tremendous. So just for clarification, Nakamura, Mravchik, two of the best players ever to play for Celtic. However, not the greatest for fighting for the ball, winning the ball back in midfield, getting involved in the hurly-burly. Clashman Numpty, 100%, million% agree with you. Whoever plays, I will be willing them to win. And that's been the disappointment is I read on some fan forums people saying, oh, if Celtic can't win the title on the last game of the season, but Rangers can, Celtic should just lie down and let Hearts win. Same way that you heard some Hibs fans saying they didn't want Hibs to win at the weekend, they wanted Celtic to win. I could never ever go into a game not wanting Celtic to win a game. Even when Celtic played my favourite English team, which was Liverpool, or is Liverpool, I was 1,000% behind Celtic. I was shouting and swearing at the Liverpool players, just like I would shout and swear at all players who are playing against Celtic players. So I'm 1,000,000% behind what you're saying. And I personally don't understand how some Celtic fans could want Celtic not to win a game of football. Because going into the last game of the season, I fully expect Celtic to win the title on the last game of the season. However, even coming second does get us into the Champions League qualifying stages at a earlier level. That then does parachute us into Europa League, etc. So there is a benefit for coming second. Not that I want Celtic to come second. I'm just saying, going into the last game of the season, if Celtic can't win the title, Celtic's got everything to play for because they have got second place to play for, which then has a knock-on effect by getting us into Champions League qualifying, which is more money and a better chance of Europa League qualification if the Champions League qualification falls flat. Slabber and cabbage, yeah. I didn't. Honest to God, Slabber and cabbage. There are so many comments. I don't ignore anyone's questions. I just don't see everybody's questions. And I'm also at the moment having a bit of bother with my contact lenses and the lighting and stuff because it makes it easier for people to see me if I've got one light off and one light on. Anyway, I was not ignoring anyone's questions. Thank you for asking me again. That's always the thing to do. If I miss a question out and you want me to answer it, just say the question again and I'll hopefully catch it the second time. Anyway, what motivated me to start this channel? Basically, I stopped working 2.5 years ago for a variety of reasons. And my family encouraged me to do something to keep myself mentally active and still having social interaction, social engagement, all these things. And one of the things I've always doing, no matter what job I've ever done, is doing research and looking at evidence and comparing A, B, C, D, E, F, H, G, and then coming to an opinion. And that's what this channel's been all about is. And it also, part of it was, I felt an awful lot of the channels that were out there, the people who were running the channel were men in their 40s and younger. So nothing against the Ryan Woman-8s and the Hamish Cartons, who was Hail 67, is now Celtic AM, or the guy that does One Celtic Fan View, or the various other ones, Quinny from Celtic here. Nothing against them, but all of them appear to be men in their 40s or younger. So none of them actually saw Kenny Dalglish, Dixie Deans, Harry Hood, Billy Minneal, Bobby Lennox, Jimmy Johnston, etc., play. And I thought that there should be a channel for old men like me, so men in their 50s, 60s, 70s, because we can talk about the Celtic from the end of the Lisbon Lions into the College Street Kids, the end of the Jock Stein era, the early Billy Minneal era, then all the doldrums through much of the 80s and 90s. Then the Renaissance with Vin Janssen, that then fell away, and then the great Renaissance with O'Neill going into Strachan, then going in later into Rodgers and Postecoglou and Lennon and stuff. Thank you, Michael Ross. Quinny is great, much like you, David. He just talks football. I try and talk football. I try and talk common sense, and I try and talk what I believe. And if people agree with me, that's tremendous. If they disagree with me, that's equally tremendous, as long as people are pleasant to me. The one of the reasons Chipper 67 that I quite like Quinny is he does to me when I watch his stuff, he does actually throw up onto the screen actual freeze frames of what happened in the game, or he throws up various different stats and analytical sites and stuff. So I quite like, that's something I've always enjoyed in terms of football, is seeing how many passes different players have managed, or what their chance conversion rates are, or what their tackle success rate is, etc. So the Dexter 56, and there was a ball by at Battlefield. Yeah, so that was part of the reason I started the channel, was I thought that and you often heard the Ryan Woman-8s and the Hamish Cartons saying, I don't remember such and such. I don't remember Henrik Larsson. I don't remember Chris Sutton, John Hartson, but people say this, people say that. Well, I do remember all those players. I watched them in the flesh. I watched them on TV. I supported them going all the way to the UEFA Cup final and losing late to Porto. I remember Dixie Deans doing his forward rolls and his big sort of star jump celebration. I remember the games against Hibs when we scored 6 goals in the League Cup final, 6 goals in the Scottish Cup final, all these things. So I remember all those years, right back to the end of the Jock Stein era, the transition between the Lisbon Lions retiring and the younger players coming through. Yes, Paul McGuire 3D. So again, thank you very much for the compliment. You think this is the best Celtic channel? Well, I'm not sure about that. I'm definitely an amateur. A lot of my production values and IT and technology is pretty basic and standard. But I do read out your comments. I do try and cover everybody's comments, and I try and answer as many questions as I can. And if people do make comments in the comment section for videos or for the trivia questions or whatever, or the polls, I do try and respond to them as quick as I can. Michael Ross, one of my regrets is from where I lived, where I live, and the type of work I've done, I did since when I got a job onwards. It made it very difficult for me to get from where I live, to get time off from where I live, to get to watch games live at Celtic, etc. So I do regret the fact that over my time when I had the money to get season tickets and this, that, and the other, I didn't have, in terms of family time and professional time, the time to get off work to go to these games. So it was a kind of a balancing act. So I watched all the games I could on TV. I got to as many games as I could. Well, Michael Ross, I'm sorry that somebody's banned you in the past. I've only banned two people ever on this channel. One person who said the most horrendous things about me that I couldn't accept for a variety of reasons. Absolute disgusting, terrible insults that really hurt me because of other things that have happened to me and my family in the past. And one person who was clearly a troublemaking Rangers fan who just wanted to mess about and be abusive. That's the only two people I've ever banned or ever blocked. And I'm all for debate. I'm all for people to be pleasant. I don't mind people not agreeing with me, as long as people are pleasant and allow me to have my opinion and allow me to at least say why I think something's the case. Dexter, was Jimmy's ball boy on the Tuesday and a Thursday night. Douglas burst my nose on a training day. Big Billy was a gentleman. He made sure I was in. Yes, no. Celtic were really lucky when I first started watching football, in that we had some absolutely world-class players. Jimmy Johnston, who was at that time world-class. We had a tremendous captain in Billy McNeil. We had some really great players. George Connolly, Kenny Dalglish, Danny McGrane. We had some more experienced players who'd come from other teams, Harry Hood, Dixie Deans. We had really great. One of my favourite players when I was a wee boy was Paul Wilson. We also had a few of the players who were just starting to finish their careers. It was absolutely great, and really sounds like you had tremendous memories of the Celtic training grounds with some of the all-time greats. And you think about that team we had, so that when the Lisbon Lions started to retire, we brought in players like McGrane and Dalglish, two of Celtic's greatest players of all time. I think there's a strong argument that both of those players would easily be in a Celtic best 11 of all time, McGrane and Dalglish. Wee bit difficult playing Dalglish and Henrik Larsson up top, but I'm sure you could quite easily do some form of 4-4-2, Jimmy Johnson on one wing, maybe Bobby Lennox on the other side, etc. And then you bring off the bench someone like Lee Griffiths, you bring off the bench someone like Dixie Deans, Harry Hood. So that would have a really strong all-time history game. Mr. Tomboy, Harry Hood owned a pub, Cheers, in Bells Hill for years. God rest his soul. I say Harry Hood didn't. If you showed a picture of Harry Hood or Dixie Deans for that matter to a modern day football fan, I don't think many of them would have expected that for Harry Hood or Dixie Deans to be a top quality football player. They were both brilliant. They didn't look like football players in the modern day version, but they were great football players for Celtic and at the time. And Harry Hood, reportedly an absolutely wonderful person, as was the case with Dixie Deans. Again, they came back and came back to do fan group type things and player and award ceremonies and all kinds of things. Kept themselves very much involved in the team. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Trudeau must go. If it's not about 1967, don't want to hear about it. Well, I wasn't born in 1967. I wasn't born until the July of that year, so I don't actually. I don't have any actual memories of 1967. It is my intention, probably this summer, when Celtic are on their summer break, before pre-season really gets going, probably to start to do one or two things with regards 1967, because obviously next springtime there'll be lots of memories of that day in Lisbon. So I was looking to do some form of highlights type of thing, a video about Celtic's progress through all the different rounds to get to the final, the controversy, the great goal by Tommy Gemmell, and so on. So it is my intention, probably in a couple of months' time, June, July, to do some form of video looking ahead to the 60-year celebration for the Lisbon Lions next year. Really good question, Queen Virgo. Who's the best opposition player I've ever seen at Parkhead? You're suggesting Prosinecki. I honestly, it's a difficult one. I need to have a bit of a think about that one. Celtic certainly played some really top players. When we played Barcelona at Celtic, we played Juventus at Celtic. Yeah, I'll have a wee think about it. I can't think of it off the top of my head. Alessandro Del Piero, really good. Pavel Nedved, really good. But there's been lots and 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 lots. So Michael Ross, I was only a few months old when we won in Lisbon, so very, very sober, but boy, did I make up for it in the 1970 final. Yeah, well, that was again, I was only 3 when we lost to Feyenoord 2-1, and of course that was the anniversary of that was just a day or two ago. A game in which we actually had a chance to win the game, but unfortunately, I think it was Bobby Murdoch missed the chance, and then Feyenoord got a goal very late on in the game to win that game against us. Slabbing Cabbage. The live chats are fun. I know I annoy people, a big deal. In the end, we all know what we're going along with. You get the jealous, the annoying, the funny. It's live, just opinions. Anyway, have a top night chance. Yep. Well, super. Well, that's for me. This is what the live streams and these things are about. For me, it's a bit of a social club. People have talked about it being a sort of a virtual pub type thing. If you meet people in the pub, you do often have a sharing of opinions, often made a wee bit oiled by a wee bit by beer or whiskey, etc. So as long as everyone's pleasant, polite, and it doesn't start getting rude or swear words, etc., I'm very, very happy, and I'm very happy for everybody to have their say, their opinion. I'm very happy for people to share what they feel. Trudeau must go. We won't drop any more points in the cup as ours. Well, I do honestly favour Celtic to beat Rangers on Sunday. I think they're probably going to come into this game a bit flat because they realise they're 4 points behind us, 7 points behind Hearts. They are almost certainly out of the title race. I can't see Hearts dropping enough points for Rangers to win the title. That would require Hearts to lose to Celtic, which I think will happen. Hearts to lose to Motherwell and draw with Falkirk. I don't see Falkirk drawing with Hearts on the midweek match, although, as I said earlier on, 5th place could be good enough to get Hibs or Falkirk into Europe. I'm hoping if Motherwell do well against Hearts on Saturday, that gets them enough points to guarantee 4th place, which maybe means they are a wee bit on the back foot against Celtic. They're not 100% fired up. Got a feeling quite a lot of the Motherwell players are in the shop window for a big transfer this summer. The Watts, the Longellos, the Justs, the Maslin Inzi, their goalkeeper. I think there's quite a few players. I think their defence is a bit weaker because they won't have Stephen Welsh, who's been a super player for them this season. Quite how he can play that well for Motherwell and not that well for Celtic, I don't know, but he certainly has really come on this season playing for Motherwell. Whether it's the fact that he's playing week in, week out for Motherwell, pretty much maybe that's what's made him a better player. But if he can come back next season to play for Celtic, as well as he's played for Motherwell this season, we've got a really good backup player in him. And another Scottish trained, Celtic trained player for the UEFA coefficients. Chipper 67, Diamandi can foul 6 or 7 times on it bookings and leaves it on our players. They're direct and dangerous from set pieces and long throws. It's much like Chipper 67. What you're saying there is entirely true. Players like Diamandi, Barron, Raskin, all of whom really mix it in midfield. If they get away with fouls earlier on, they tend to do another foul until they get booked. They have got in Tavernier especially a player who's really good at delivering dead ball kicks, long throws, much the same as actually Hearts. A lot of Hearts' tactics are fight in midfield, push and shove and create a bit of a physical game, then pump the ball forward, win free kicks in and around the box, win corner kicks, pump the ball in, and then win that second ball. They've also got some players with talent like Braga, Shanklin, Kazaridis, who can be dangerous if they're on the counter attack. But a lot of Rangers tactics and a lot of Hearts tactics are much the same. Make the game physical, get away with as much jiggery pokery and fighting and shoving and kicking and fouls in the midfield. Create dead ball situations, create pressure for the opposition defence, pump the ball into the box, and then try and be first to the second ball. And that kind of was how we lost to Hearts in the first game and the second game, and how Hearts got back into the third game, and how we lost to Rangers in the New Year match, and then lost the first half of the 2-2 draw. Is we let those teams be physical against us. So we probably do need Engels, Johnston, Tierney, Trusty, Scales, McGregor to get away with a few fouls in the first half hour, etc., and put Raskin, Diamandi, Barron, etc. on the back foot. Chipper 67, need to diagnose over the top of the jigger like a Scottish Cup. Yep. Pressurised Butland. All these things are true. I'm not massively confident. I don't think Tavernier is a particularly good defender. Whether they play Suter, Jigger, Fernandez, I don't think they're particularly good defenders. If they go with the Belgian fullback, he's not a good defender. He's very good in midfield and attack. I think Celtic have got the pace up front and out wide to challenge Rangers. It does require the Tierneys, the Johnstons, the McGregors, the Engels, the Negrins to find good passes behind the Rangers defence. I completely agree. Cross going from right to left quickly, which is what we don't do very well, also will catch this Rangers side out. It worked. Admittedly, they were down to 10 men in the extra time, but we moved the ball a lot quicker in extra time against Rangers than we had in the earlier part of the 3-1 win. And in the comeback in the 2-2 game, again, we actually got a lot more quicker ball in that game in the second half. and you put Rangers on the back foot, you push their wingers further back, you stop their fullbacks coming forward into attack. All these things gets you on top. So I think it's a concerted effort to push Rangers back, stop their midfielders being a threat in our final third, because they're not good in midfield, unlike our midfielders. Who's playing left wing for me? Well, I would go under these circumstances, Chinyeki. If we're gonna play with two wide players, which is what Rodgers always did, which is what O'Neill's pretty much always done. Chinyeki and Yang would be my two starters, simply because I don't think Forrest has got the energy levels, the endurance, the stamina to play 60, 70 minutes of a game. I think he's best playing for 15, 20 minutes at the end, with it being obviously a league match. We do know that you throw an Ian Atchell, you throw in Forrest for the last 20 minutes or so, they've not got extra time to worry about, or penalty shootouts to worry about afterwards. So I would go with Chinyeki. If we're going to go for two wide players, Yang and Chinyeki, Maeda through the middle. I would say there's an argument to having three conventional midfielders, one wide player, Nygren floating, and behind a main striker. In that also players like Hatate and Nygren can play wide out on the left. We have got fullbacks in Tierney and Johnson who can bomb forward to be wing backs or overlapping fullbacks. Both those two can comfortably play in midfield. There is an argument for using Marcello Sirachi as a wide left player. Unfortunately, we've never used him all season in a more advanced position, where in his previous teams he's played for, he has coped very well as a wide player, just like Nygren has coped very well in other clubs and for Sweden internationally, playing as a second striker behind a main striker, or playing as one of two attacking midfielders ahead of two more defensive midfielders. So he's played, Nygren's got a lot of history from playing lots of different positions really well. See, for Sweden, he's played second striker, he's played one of two attacking midfielders in front of more defensive midfielders. So I think we could actually use Nygren better than we do. So Trudeau must go. We're lucky to have Ralston. She play 45 minutes each match. I think, for me, Ralston's, the beauty of Anthony Ralston is he's got tons and tons of experience. He's Scottish. He has played the highest level for Celtic. He's played at the highest level for Scotland. He's going to be one of Scotland's two right backs, I'm pretty sure, at the World Cup. He's dependable. He's happy being the second or third choice at Celtic. He's not showed any inclination ever to leave Celtic. And more often than not, he does come into the team and be quite reliable. He doesn't really, for me, set the heather on fire. He doesn't really ever play a great game. He was more than decent against St Mirren in the Cup semi-final. But for me, he's definitely a backup player behind Alistair Johnston. And for me, my personal choice would be, if we don't get Arojo back next season and Johnson does stay, which is what's expected at the moment, is that Ralston drops to number 3, Cobby Donovan comes in as number 2, and hopefully Johnson stays fit for the season. Paradise Huddle, you'll never walk alone. Maeda needs to do a bit of hunting. I do think Dyson Maeda in the first half hour could be an absolutely vital player for Celtic. If he's up against their slow centre-backs, and Tavernier. There's definitely a big gap down behind where Tavernier and their right-sided centre-back's going to be. I think is a space that Celtic really need to exploit. I think players like Chineki and Yang can take them out wide. Tierney and Johnson backing them up can really take them on out wide. I think there's a lot of weaknesses in this Rangers side if you get the ball and you get on top of them. What we don't need to do is, as we did in the second half of the 3-1 defeat, the first half of the 2-2 game, is let Rangers make a good start to the first half in one case and the second half in the other case. Chipper 67, have you heard about this 15-year-old Spanish boy in the academy? 93 goal contributions. Maybe gets a sniff in pre-season. I would love to see him. So I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but he's both Scottish and Spanish. He's got Spanish parents, but he qualifies having lived in Scotland for long enough to be Scottish, and he has played for Scotland at under 15 level. So he has made international appearances for Scotland, which is his home country now, although his parents, I say, are Spanish. Now, I would guess he's on. The snag with him is he will be on a basic sort of schoolboy contract, and so it's very difficult to keep players like that at the club. And reportedly, there are a few Spanish La Liga sides who are looking to take him from our academy over to their academy. I don't know what his loyalties are to Celtic, whether he's a massive Celtic fan who would never want to play for anybody apart from Celtic, or whether his loyalties lie to the country of his parents. But I do think we should, for the last 20 years, been far better getting the Ben Dokes, the Rocco Vatas, the Daniel Cummings, the Daniel Kellys, etc., into the team quicker. The Karamoko Dembele, partly Karamoko Dembele's younger brother's doing really well for Celtic at the sort of the schoolboy level. But I do think Celtic should be far better getting young players, talented players, more involved with the first team squad, pre-season training, pre-season games, etc. And it makes them feel more part of the club. Reportedly, that was one of the things that Ben Gannon Doak has moaned about, is the fact that he wasn't really made to feel part of the first team squad. Although he played a couple of games for the first team at the end of a season, reportedly he felt he wasn't really part of the squad. He wasn't really part of the team. And so that was part of the reason they chose to leave Celtic and go to Liverpool. Paul Maguire, definitely having Alison Johnson's back is definitely a bonus. I thought Celtic played really well, more attackingly, more on the front foot in the 60-odd minutes that he played against Hibs. Hopefully, he's fit to play 90 minutes on Sunday against Rangers, or maybe at least 80 minutes, and then put Ralston on for the last 10 minutes for us to hold on to a 2 or 3 goal lead. I do have the feeling that if we get on top of Rangers quickly, get on top of them, score a goal nice and early, that they might cave in. I think the longer they feel that they're part of the game, particularly if they get an early start, an early goal, I think they could. The Rangers this season have been very inconsistent. They played better than Hearts in the first half, didn't take their chances, and then completely caved in the second half when things started going wrong for them. And I think that could be the same case again, much like it was when we came back from 2-0 down to draw with them 2-2 back in March. So totally agree, having Alison Johnson back, and that kind of what Paradise Huddle's saying as well, having AJ backs. I think AJ is definitely should be one of our first choice players. However, as Chipper 67 saying, is a good second choice, and presume we're talking about Ralston. He knows it's hard to get a solid guy, a second choice who will accept limited game time. Only other route is younger talent, which is Colby Donovan in this case. I think Colby Donovan's a better all-round player than Ralston. Bigger player, stronger player, better in the air, probably a bit better in the final third than Ralston is as well. But Ralston, super dependable. And happy to be second choice, third choice. I think a lot of people forget that in the first half of Ange Postecoglou's first season, Ralston scored a lot of goals for us in that first half of the season prior to people like Juranovic really coming into the side and being a dominant fullback for us. And then obviously Juranovic left and he was replaced by Alistair Johnston the following season. So you do need your Alistair Ralstons, Anthony Ralstons. You do need your Liam Scales, who are happy to be the backup player, happy to be a squad player. So Chipper 67 Bilbao looking at him. Yep, presume this is the young Scottish player whose name I've forgotten, but he's apparently been absolutely brilliant in the younger players' side, and he's an international for Scotland at schoolboy under 15. So Feed the Bear 55. Engels is hot and cold. We should leave him out for Sunday. I would be inclined to play Engels simply because he's pretty much the only midfielder we've got who actually can make a tackle and get involved, get stuck into the opposition players. With players like Raskin, Diamandi, Barron, all the three of whom are pretty pugnacious, combative, aggressive players that like fouling people. I think you do need to fight fire with fire, and so I think Engels for me has a role in that midfield because he's the one who can take those players on physically. He's a bigger player, stronger player than McGregor by far, bigger, stronger than Oxlade-Chamberlain and Paulo Bernardo and Rio Hatate, etc. So. And obviously, Wee stronger and more physical than Luke McCowan, who, for me, shouldn't be playing for Celtic at the moment, with Oxlade-Chamberlain and Hatate and McGregor and Engels all fit. He's fine to have on the bench if we've got 2 or 3 players injured, but we've got 4 much better midfielders already, all fit, who should be... So Feed the Bear, Rio's due a good game. Well, I think the problem with Rio Hatate is he's hardly had any game time the last 3 or 4 games. Whether he's said something to Martin O'Neill in training or said something to Sean Maloney, or he's not trying in training, I don't know. It just is bizarre that it's 60 minutes or so we seem to bring on Luke McCowan, who for me doesn't really contribute very much to our midfield. He doesn't bring a sort of a defensive presence, doesn't appear to be particularly creative, doesn't have especially good pace or passing ability, doesn't link up the play very well. I'm not quite sure why Luke McCowan has become our number 1 midfielder off the bench, because for me he doesn't actually contribute a tremendous amount. Okay, now we need more pace in defence. I think, as you said in your next comment, we need pace all over the place. I don't think Celtic's got players with tremendous pace. Obviously, Diaz and Maida's got a lot of pace. Chinecki and Yang have also got a lot of pace. The problem with Chinecki and Yang is they don't seem to be able to combine tremendous pace with also tremendous ball control. They tend to have one or the other. In midfield, we don't really have any players that would have. We've got players like Engels who can make a run, who's got strength, but we don't really have a lot of pace in midfield. McGregor's decent for when he's fit, getting back to cover, help defence. Johnston and Tierney are okay. Scales is quite a slow player. Trusty tends to have pretty good recovery pace if someone beats him. much more so than Scales does if he gets beaten. Carter Vickers play with a bit more pace and defence, although sometimes a bit more pace and defence comes down to the fact your positioning's better, so it looks like you're actually in a better position. Great to have you on, Typhoon McFlustery. Lovely to have you on. Kieran Allen, that's because Dalglish wasn't selfish and he had to bring other people into the game. To his advantage, gave him the blueprint. He'll run the job and finish. Yeah, I think Kenny Dalglish, absolutely brilliant player. In his younger days, brilliant out-and-out striker. As he got a wee bit older, particularly in his Liverpool days from 77 onwards, he tended to be a good player for holding the ball up, bringing other players in, particularly Ian Rush. A tremendous partnership with Ian Rush at Liverpool. Still scored more than his fair share of goals for Liverpool and for Scotland. Not quite so many as he did in his Celtic days, but great all-round player. But also players like Sutton and Hartson, really good at holding the ball up, particularly bringing Henrik Larsson in. However, Sutton, Hartson also scored their 10, 20 goals per season. Although we did rely on a lot of goals from Henrik Larsson, up to 50 in a season under him. Good point, Kenneth Todd. Rio Hatate does tend to give the ball away too many times. He tends to try and make the dangerous pass the difficult pass, which sometimes is what Celtic needs to do, is that we do, as we were saying right at the start of the live stream, against Hibs, we seemed scared to make an incisive pass. And one of the few times we did make a really incisive, quick 1-2 quick passing move was Johnston to Negrin, to Johnson to Maeda that got us the first goal. We seemed against Hibs to get very, very nervous around their 18-yard line. Lots and lots of silly short passes back and forward between McGregor and Engels and Negrin and Chinyeki and Yang and Maeda and so on, rather than getting the ball quickly out wide to the full-backs or quickly out wide to the wide players and then quickly into the box. We spent so many times with 5-yard passes back and forward, and sometimes that then led to us passing back into midfield, then passing back to Trusty and Scales, and then losing all the impetus of the attack. Off the top of my head, Pat McLaughlin, I can't remember how many games Rio Hatate did play before the last 3 or 4, but he played like 3 or 4 games in a row. I thought he had in the games, the 2 games against Rangers, the 2-2, which my memory is he came on as a second half sub in that game, and he made a real difference to the Celtics get forward in that game. I think for me, he's a better starting player than McCowan and Oxlade-Chamberlain, better coming off the bench than those two. Certainly Rio Hatate up until for most of the first half, 2/3 of this season, had been one of Celtic's more disappointing players. He had the misfortune to have been injured at the end of last season and missed the pre-season, so I think part of that was that he was a bit behind several of the other players in terms of his fitness from having been out from May, June, and into July. So I think he kind of started the season as one of Celtic's backups rather than one of Celtic's starters. So good evening to you, Typhoon McFlustery. Do you think this new training ground at Old Barrowfield will produce quality? Yep. I think yes, but the thing is, it's going to take, I think, probably a few years for the quality, the extra quality of the training venue, the extra quality of the analytics there, the extra quality of the fitness suite, the gym, extra physios, extra sports scientists, all these things. It's going to take 2 or 3 years for that really to come through and improve the boys team, the academy team, the girls team, and the women's team, all of whom are based at the old Barrowfield ground, which has got this brand new top quality indoors and outdoors facility, full length indoor pitch. So in essence, nowadays, rather than having to compromise on their training in the winter months when it's snowy and frosty and icy and stuff, they can go indoors and train on a full length pitch indoors 365 days of the year. So it does actually help in a lot of ways. That should cut down a lot on injuries, and as I say, the improved gym facilities, rehab facilities, the better facilities for analysing games, tactical stuff things is, I think it will be of great benefit, but it's going to take probably 3 to 5 years for that to come through. So Pat McLaughlin, I think O'Neill blamed Rio for the second goal at Tannadice, and he thinks he's got a small heart. Why? I think it's always unfair to blame one player for conceding a goal unless it's a goalkeeper who lets the ball go through his legs or go through his hands or whatever, or dies over the ball. So I think you could blame Kasper Schmeichel for 4 or 5 goals this season because it's been clearly something that he's done that has led to the goal. Although, having said all that, if the midfielders defend better, if the defensive back four defends better, the other team doesn't get a shot on goal for Schmeichel to let into the goal. So Rio Hatate did give the ball away in the second goal against Dundee United. However, we did have opportunities to defend that, clear it, etc. So, but I think, unfortunately, there are always players in any team who maybe managers or teammates don't like particularly, or feel that their heart's not in it. I suspect that's probably why Luke McCowan has got into Martin O'Neill's good books, in that I think Luke McCowan wears his heart on his sleeve. He's very much 100% a Celtic fan all his life. I think it's his dream to play for Celtic. So maybe that's why O'Neill has been favouring him over Paulo Bernardo, Rio Hatate and Oxlade-Chamberlain, all of whom are better players in my book than Luke McCowan. So maybe it does come down to attitude. That kind of thing has been thrown at players like Giacomakis in the past, Thomas Chavanchana recently. That was an accusation that a lot of people had for Dyson Maida for much of the season, was his heart wasn't in it, he wasn't committed to playing for Celtic. And I think quite a lot of people were also putting that forward in terms of Callum McGregor's attitude this season. He doesn't seem so committed to Celtic this season. As I said, all these rumours about him going off to Saudi for £10 million for a 2-year contract, maybe that's kind of got some the way that rumours got into Brendan Rodgers' head regarding a £10 million a year contract to manage in Saudi Arabia. So Trudeau must go. If Dyson's out, Rio must play. My understanding was that Dyson Maida's injury against Hibs was just a bruised foot. That had responded well to training. Having said all that, I don't remember seeing Dyson Maida in the training footage from earlier in the day. But I would have thought that Maida's fitness is basically going to be good enough that he could miss 2 or 3 days of treatment 2 or 3 days of training for getting the bruised foot iced and ultrasounded and massaged and so on. So my understanding is that O'Neill expects Maeda to be fit and ready to play 100% on Sunday, but we'll maybe find that out on Friday's press conference. Typhoon McFluster, do I think that Martin O'Neill will have a trump card up his sleeve and name Callum Osman in the squad on Sunday? I would have thought, from how Osman was running about in training on the training little 1 minute training feed that I saw earlier today, that Osman looks like he's again good enough to throw on the pitch for 10 minutes at the end if we did need to score a goal, or have a player with pace to stretch the Rangers defence to get in behind them. One of the difficulties Celtic's got, for me, maybe not for others, is that when Iheanacho is our main striker, we've not really got a very reliable outball, in that he's not as good as he should be holding the ball up, nor is he as good as he should be tracking back players if he does lose the ball around about the halfway line. And that nearly cost us a goal against Hibs in the 88th minute, because he lost the ball on the halfway line. He then didn't track back the Hibs defender that had moved forward into midfield, who then ended up getting the ball into the box. I can't remember what that player's name is. It keeps on escaping me, unfortunately. But the whole point was, Iheanacho twice had a chance to stop that Hibs attack forming, and on both occasions he let us down. So having a player with Osman's pace to get behind Rangers' defence in the last 10-15 minutes would keep the Taverniers and the centre-backs back on the halfway line at least, which does allow Celtic to stretch the game and have an outball. So I would love to see Osman on the bench, and I actually would love to see Celtic having more an extra attacking option off the bench, and forgoing having an extra midfielder or an extra defensive option on the bench. We tend to often go into games with 3 defensive players and three midfielders, plus the goalkeeper, plus a winger, plus another striker. I would love to see us forgoing one of those defenders or one of those midfielders to have an extra attacking option, so 2 strikers to come off the bench. Michael Ross, Jota won't be back till next season. Certainly, unlike Carter Vickers, who is back in training with the players, or not training with the ball, he's training and doing all the running about and sprints and shuttle runs and stuff. And Jota's not coming back until July at the earliest. And that date for Jota keeps on getting pushed further and further into the year, because there were stories that Jota was supposed to be back in January, and then there's something happened to him that put him back in his recovery rate. And it's now going to be June going into July going into August. The hope is that Jota will be in Celtic squad for pre-season next summer, or this summer coming rather, and then in Celtic's squad to play in August, September time onwards. Typhoon McFluster, in your head, if your head over your heart, do you think that we will win the league? Yes. I've said all season I think Celtic's going to win the league, even in some of the darkest days of the poor run results we had under Rodgers, the poor run results we had under Wilfred Nancy. My thought was, once we get more of our first team players back on the pitch, once we get some of the players who've come in more merged into the side, that Celtic will be a stronger and stronger team. And I thought, and all season, I've kind of been hoping for Dyson Maeda to be the Dyson Maeda that we had for most of last season. So I do personally think Celtic are going to win. I have to say, I was surprised that Hearts came back in the second half against Rangers. In the Hearts struggled for so long against the 10 men, then 9 men of Hibs. But in the end, Hearts came through to win against Hibs. In the end, they came through to win against Rangers. I don't think Rangers have the mental strength that Celtic do, that Hearts do, that Hibs do, that Motherwell does. which is why I do think a good start against Rangers on Sunday, away from home for them, very small contribution of crowd for them down in one wee corner. I think if Celtic Park gets 60,000 Celtic fans screaming and shouting, putting pressure on Nick Walsh, putting pressure on the Rangers players, getting in their heads, putting them under pressure. I think players like Raskin, Diamandi, Chermiti, etc. are players that can blow up under pressure. The last thing we can afford is for the Rangers players to make a good start and silence the crowd and give themselves confidence. I think we need to knock their confidence nice and early. And my feeling, and I have said this a few times in videos and comment sections and stuff, I do think if Celtic have to win the last game 1-0 or by 1 goal or 2 goals, I'm confident that Celtic can beat Hearts by a couple of goals. In the games we've played against them this season, we have actually had in all 3 games plenty of chances to actually have got a lead and extended the lead, or come back to equalise and then push forward and forward. If you think about the first game against Hearts, we went 1-0 down pretty early. We then got an equaliser from McGregor. Then we missed a couple of chances, particularly the Negrin chance that would have put us 2-1 up. We then had a rotten start to the second half in that 3-1 defeat against Hearts in the game in December, where we ended up losing 2-1. We had 30 minutes when we completely dominated Hearts. Hearts had 3 shots on goal in that whole game, 2 of which went in the net, the third of which was the one Shankland shot from an offside position that got the corner that led to their second goal. In that game, we had 15 shots at goal, only 1 went in. So in both those games, and in the third game, when it ended 2-2, we had lots of chances to score. We didn't take them all. And so I do think if we do take our chances against Hearts, we have got the ability to get a win by a couple of goals. So if we have to win the last game by 2-0 or 3-1 or whatever, I'm confident that we've got it. We've got the ability, the players, particularly given the fact that we're playing at home and the pressure on Hearts in that last game. If we do go into that game knowing that a win or a win by a certain amount will get us the title, I do think Celtic have got the players, the confidence, the crowd, etc., to come through. Also, our players, nearly all our team, have won 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 titles in the past. So I think there's tons and tons of experience in Celtic's playing staff and behind the scenes staff, the Maloneys, the O'Neills, the Fotheringhams, the McManuses, of what it's like to be in a tight battle for the title. It's not as if, because only a couple of years ago we won the title in the second last game of the season with that 5-0 win against Kilmarnock away from home. So we have actually gone into the final 2 or 3 games of a season with the title still on the line. Unfortunately, thinking a wee bit further back, we had a situation in Martin O'Neill's last season, of course, where we threw the title away on the last day of the season and ended up losing 2-1 to Motherwell. So I do think being the team to be shot at in the last few games of a season does put extra pressure on you. So whether Hearts have got the players, the strength of character, the strength of players to do that, and also the strength of squad to keep on recovering from injuries and suspensions and so on, I don't know, because Hearts are actually having, at the moment, a few players who would be first choice players are out. And the fact we've also they'll have 3 games in 7 days, we've got 3 games in 6 days. I think that also puts a lot more pressure on your best players to step forward in the final 3 games of the season. So for all those reasons, Typhoon McFlustery, the answer is yes, I do think Celtic are going to win the title. So that would be really nice, Michael Ross. Stephen Welsh storms over the halfway line, beats one man, beats another, shoots and scores a goal, 4-0 to Motherwell. Well, that would be tremendous. I do think Motherwell, if Motherwell pass as well as they can do, using the speed of players like Mazwanizi, they've got some really good creative players. They've got midfielders who can score goals. They've got pretty good defensive record as well. I think Motherwell do have the players, the style, the tactics, the formations to beat Hearts. What they need to do, like every team needs to do when they play Rangers or Hearts, is try and avoid the physical side of the game. Try quick passing, quick movement, quick restarts, get the opposition on the back foot, and having done that, take your chances when you get them, which is what Motherwell didn't do the last time they played them, and it ended up losing 3-1. But it was a game where Motherwell had the chances to be 2 or 3 goals up at various different points. So if Stephen Welsh was to score, even if it was a last-minute headed goal, scrambled goal, I'm not, because obviously if Motherwell beat Hearts, Celtic then have the luxury of going into the last game of the season knowing that any win against Hearts in the last game of the season will give Celtic the title, no matter what the goal difference is at that point, assuming that we then beat Motherwell ourselves on the following Wednesday. And it could well be if Motherwell do have a good result against Hearts on Saturday, that Motherwell will be guaranteed European football, and so they might not be so fired up for that game against us midweek. And also they may well have committed so much energy to their Saturday game that they're a bit hungover metaphorically and maybe even literally on the Wednesday. GH McCormick got the better of Brendan Rodgers. Nancy's 8. So it sounded like to me, and the fact that he so quickly got the job in Saudi, it sounds like that was behind the scenes with Rodgers and his agent. It was being negotiated behind the scenes. In retrospect, probably keeping Martin O'Neill from then right through to the end of the season, in retrospect, would have been a better decision. Wilfred Nancy came in, 6 defeats and 2 wins in his 8 games. One could also contrast that at the same time as we did lose all those games under Wilfred Nancy, is in all of those games except for the games against Motherwell and against Roma, we actually had a lot more chances, a lot more possession, a lot more shots on goal, a lot more missed chances in all those games that we lost to Dundee United, to Hearts, to Rangers, to St Mirren. We actually missed a lot of chances. We had a lot of possession, a lot of chances, a lot of shots at goal that didn't go in, a lot of misses and block shots in all those games. And sometimes in football, you do need deflected shots to go in the net. You think about the Hearts 2-1 win over Hibs. Both their goals that they scored that game were deflected shots that would have been saved by the goalkeeper, was it not for the fact that it hit off a defender and went in the net. Celtic's actually had quite a few games this season where we've deflected the ball into our own net. One of the goals against Hearts in that 3-1 defeat got deflected off Dane Murray into the net. We've had several goals this season where we've not had the luck of the draw with deflected shots going in our favour, and we've had them going against us as well in several games. Paul Maguire putting forward a theory that Askew is going to be the next manager. I think that's a perfectly reasonable proposition. I've seen some people putting forward Martin O'Neill as being our next manager next season. If Martin O'Neill was 54 or 64, not 74, I would be very happy for Martin O'Neill to be Celtic's manager for 2-3 years. I do think the problem is whoever becomes Celtic's manager, this summer, we need to have a 3-year and a 5-year plan of how to move the club forward, because there is going to be a lot of transition players in and out this summer rather. We're going to have a lot of players to bring in on transfer. We're going to lose a lot of players going out on transfers. We're going to lose a few important players who've been here on loan as well. So I think it's going to be a lot of rearrangement of the side, and somebody really needs to come in, hit the ground running, and quickly move Celtic into top gear. Typhoon McFushy, is this the worst Celtic team they've seen? No, this Celtic team, for me, is way better than most of the teams we had who played in the late 70s into the 80s, etc. And the great majority of this side this season are the ones who have been, many of them have been part of the team in the last 4 or 5 years, who've won 4 titles in a row under 2 under Rodgers and 2 under Postecoglou. So a lot of the players have been part of that time. The Hatatis, the Maidas, the McGregors, the Forrests. Johnson's won 3 titles in all that time. Scales has won 4 in that time. So you've got lots of players, and you've got obviously Tierney, who's won plenty of leagues and cups and stuff before he went to Arsenal. So I think there's a lot of players in this team who are way better than many of the players that we had in the 80s and 90s. And a lot of these players are ones who've won things for Celtic. One could argue that some of them maybe are a bit past their best. Some of the players maybe have been kept at the club when they probably should have been moved on. Argument to say that's the case for Hatate and Maeda, is we probably should have moved them on last summer rather than moving them on this summer. Although Maeda has completely come back to his best now, Hatate has shown recently some returns to form when O'Neill plays him. So I think one of my issues this season, which is pretty evident given the fact that we started with Rodgers, we then had O'Neill, we then had Nancy, we then had O'Neill, is that we've had 3 different managers in 4 different spells, and those managers have all had different theories about who plays, who doesn't play, in that quite a few players didn't seem to get to play under Rodgers. They got frozen out by Rodgers. So Austin Trusty had been back fit for 2 or 3 weeks, but he'd fallen behind Scales and Dane Murray in the pecking order. Callum Osman never saw a first team game from the end of the pre-season until O'Neill came in. So I think it's one of these things where certain managers have favourite players, certain managers don't like certain players, maybe certain players' attitude, etc., doesn't curry favour with certain managers. And I think we've obviously had a change of tactics moving from Rodgers to O'Neill. Not such a big change of tactics, but there was a change in tactics and formation, a massive change in tactics moving from O'Neill to Nancy, then Nancy back to O'Neill. So I think all these things caused massive amounts of disruption. We've also had a lot of our best players have missed a lot of the season. So we've not had Jota all this season. We've hardly had Carter Vickers. We've hardly had Alistair Johnston all season. We've had Iheanacho missing a lot of games. We've had Osman missing 5 months. We've had Sirachi in and out with 2 or 3 injuries. We've had Engels out for spells of 4 or 5 games on 2 or 3 occasions this season. Obviously, McGregor was out for a couple of games, but seemed to be off the boil for about 2 months until he got his Achilles and calf thing settled down. So. So Michael Ross, Hearts in the Champions League. Well, my understanding is if Hearts did win the league, they would go into the final qualifying round like we did against Kairat Almaty, except Hearts would be an unseeded team going into that game. So they would have a poorer chance of getting through that final qualifier because they'd be playing a much stronger, potentially much stronger team, a seeded much stronger team. If Celtic go into the second pathway, we'll probably have a better seeding than Hearts would do if they were in that second pathway. And if we went into the Champions pathway with the last qualifier, we would be seeded probably in that final round. So we probably would have an easier game on paper in that final round. One of the problems that all teams like Scottish teams do in European qualifiers is we're often up against teams who've been playing for half a season already. So in that case, the Kazakhstani league was about 4 or 5 months into its league. So Kairat Almaty been playing together as a team for 4 or 5 months, full of confidence, top of their league. They'd won, I think, 3 qualifying rounds before they got to our qualifying round. So they'd developed a good round of tactics. They'd developed very good teamwork, good team spirit. So, however, I wouldn't be very confident of Hearts coming through any form of Champions League qualifier. So they would obviously drop into the Europa League. I think Hearts also probably next season will lose 1 or 2 of their better players who are in this current squad. Would be the least bit surprised if Braga or Kazaridis moves down south. And there are 2 or 3 other players who probably have played well enough to get a move to a bigger, better league or down south for more money. Pat McLaughlin, right, does second get 3 Champions League qualifiers? So my understanding would be if whoever comes second in Scotland will have the same pathway that Rangers had this last summer. So my memory is Rangers won 2 rounds and they got absolutely thumped by Bruges in the final qualifying round. So my understanding would be if Hearts come second, they would be in that pathway. If Celtic came second at the end of the season, we would be in that pathway. So we'd have 3 qualifying rounds getting harder and harder until we got the fight into that final round, which is where Rangers fell flat last season. In the third round, they got thumped by Bruges. So in the first 2 rounds, they were seeded and had theoretically easier games. And then against Bruges, they were the lower seeds, so it was harder for them. However, hope and expectation is Celtic win through in these last 3 games one way or another. We're into the same qualifying round that we failed in last summer. Hopefully, whoever the manager is gets the team playing much better as a team with much better leadership on and off the pitch. I think our player analysis team or Rodgers or the players weren't quite prepared for how the way that Kairat Almaty were going to play the game, because they played exactly how they had against the teams they'd beaten in the previous 2 or 3 rounds. Defend, hit on the break, hope for a goal, hope that their star 17-year-old would score a brilliant goal. Otherwise, take it to extra time, take it to penalty kicks and win in penalty kicks, which is how they got through against the team from Czechia in the previous round. I think, Paul Maguire, one of the things is that there is real quality in lots of players all around the world, and that what has happened to an extent is, as many Celtic fans and pundits and stuff have said, oh, he's only playing for a second division team in Italy, a second division team in France, or second division team in Germany can't be any good, or he's only playing in Norwegian football for a smaller team, he can't be any good. Much the same as nobody gave any credit to Lubomir Moravcik. I know this is like 20 years ago, but basically people counted out Lubomir Moravcik as being any good because he hadn't played for any really big clubs before, and he was relatively old for making a move to Scottish football, and that he turned into be a great player for Celtic for a few years. And we've also signed, we think back to Gary Hooper, came from Scunthorpe, scored a bundle of goals for Celtic. We brought Matt O'Reilly from MK Dons, who at that point I think were a Division 1 team, so in effect a third division team in England, and he turned into a super player for Celtic. So sometimes you can find real hidden diamonds in lower leagues and smaller clubs and smaller leagues, and I think it is maybe one of the things that we've not been quite as good at is finding these hidden gems and hidden diamonds playing in lower league football. We seem to do a better job under Ange Postecoglou and not so well in the Brendan Rodgers, Paul Tisdale era of scouting and recruitment. As I say, I would like to see us using more Scandinavia, more Major League Soccer, and more Japanese league players, because I think there's a lot better quality. There's really good quality of players there, but it's also a lot more economical signing players from those leagues as well. Because if you sign players from English clubs or from any of the bigger leagues in Europe, you tend to actually sort of double the transfer fee, and the players also almost certainly going to get 2-3 times the wages at those other clubs than they would do coming to Celtic or coming to any club in Celtic's position in terms of sponsorship money, prize money, and TV money, etc. Paul McGuire saying our scouting system's a farce. Balikwisha chased him for 2 years. As I've said before, Balikwisha used to be a really good player. He then got an injury. He didn't seem to come back from that. We didn't seem to lose faith in him. Now, reportedly, Brendan Rodgers was a massive fan of Balikwisha, but he was the person who, in the end, greenlit the deal to bring Balikwisha to the club. That's our scouting's bizarre. So yes, contrasting what we were saying. Well, it's perfectly. I know you're probably being facetious and a bit jokey, but I'm not saying the Outer Mongolian second division has unearthed talent, but you think about a player like George Weah coming from Liberia, a country with absolutely no footballing heritage, but he was one of the best players in the world of his era. But he came from a small country with not much footballing heritage. He then really blossomed in European football. So there are top quality players out there playing in smaller leagues, and the fact that a player is signed for a relatively low transfer fee doesn't mean that he's not a good player. You think about Henrik Larsson, probably Celtic's greatest signing of all time, £650,000 from Feyenoord. If you were to sign a Henrik Larsson nowadays, the quality of player that he became and probably was at the time, you'd be talking 50, 60, 70, 100 million for a player like Larsson. Lubomir Moravcik, who came the season before, 330,000. Absolutely outstanding player. And that was at the time we were spending millions and millions on players like Darren Jackson and Slater, and we spent spent a lot of money on Ayel Berkovic and all kinds of players. And there was a Brazilian player, Rafael Scheidete, we spent £5 million on You think that Balikwisha was a terrible signing. Rafael Scheidete from the Brazilian team was 100 times worse than Balikwisha. David Stalker, I agree. We don't tend to look at leagues like Romania, Czechia, Slovakia, etc. And given the fact that those countries, maybe a bit less so Romania, but teams like Czechia have been up in the higher levels of European international football for many years, and have produced lots of good quality players over the years, and recently we haven't really particularly, for me, looked enough at the Eastern European leagues, the Romanias, the Czechias, the Slovakias, Slovenia, etc. We've tended to look at a lot of the Central European leagues, and we've looked a lot at the English leagues for recruiting our players. And for all of those leagues, you tend to have to pay an awful lot more in terms of transfer fees. And so I do think, probably our best signing from last summer was Benjamin Negrin. We signed him for somewhere between £1 million and £2 million. The thought is if Celtic do sell him over this summer, we're probably looking at somewhere between 15 and 20 million. We signed Kieran Tierney back from Arsenal effectively for nothing on a free transfer. If we had to sign Kieran Tierney as a player as such, we probably would have been looking at 15, 20 million to buy him from Arsenal. And that was the kind of money that Arsenal were being offered for Tierney in Tierney's last 12 months before his contract was 6 months to go. Quite right, Typhoon Flustery, Croatia, another country, same size as ours, produces players left, right, and centre. And again, there are plenty of really good quality young players and experienced players in the Croatian leagues that we can easily be signing, because the wages that we can offer in Scottish League, even though it's much less than it is going to England, we could actually offer those young Croatian players and medium experienced Croatian players a bigger salary upgrade coming to our league, given the fact that, as I said earlier on, Celtic are, in terms of Scottish football, the best club to come to for wages, and that Celtic's wage budget is considerably higher than the Rangers, and it has been for the last 2 years, and it's going to be for the next 2 or 3 years at least, and way higher than Aberdeen's, Hearts, Hibs, etc. Pat McLaughlin, not really a player I've particularly heard of, I'm afraid. I will 100% take your word for it. You nearly always are bang on the money with your player analysis and your player scouting and your match odds and stuff. So yes, well, Michael Ross, I didn't actually watch the Bayern Munich Paris Saint-Germain match. I don't tend to watch an awful lot of football unless Celtic or Liverpool's involved in it, or Scotland is involved with it. I particularly enjoy watching games where I've actually got a team to support as such. I don't tend to like watching football just for the sake of watching football, but there would have been obviously masses of talent in the Bayern Munich Paris Saint-Germain match, because they are both billion pound teams. The amount of money they've got in terms of backing, sponsorship, prize money, TV money, all these other bits and bobs, and obviously with Paris Saint-Germain, who their financial backers are as well, they've got an incredible amount of money, and so they can attract the best players in the world, and those teams will get better and better and better and better. The gulf between the Paris Saint-Germains, the Liverpools, the Man Uniteds, the Chelseas, the Man Cities, the Arsenals, compared to Celtic, Hearts, Rangers, is going to get massively bigger and bigger and bigger every single season. And weird leagues like Scotland, Holland, Belgium, Eastern European leagues, the Scandinavian leagues, Turkey, Greece, that gap's going to get wider and wider and wider and wider and wider, because it's going to be very, very difficult for any team from the medium and smaller European leagues to keep up with the big five leagues. And that money is going to get gap's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Oops. Yep, completely agree, Michael Ross. At the moment, our recruitment is very poor, beyond a joke. I think it certainly is very poor. As I said, we seem to be better at recruiting and scouting in the 2 years of Ange Postecoglou. That really seemed, for one reason or 20, to really drop down in the Rodgers and Tidsdale era. I think all the commotion and unsettled nature behind the scenes this season, after Rodgers leaving us right at the end of the transfer window, roughly, early in September, October time, I think that completely kiboshed the transfer window in the winter. Obviously, Wilfred Nancy was brought in December to mastermind a good winter transfer window. Obviously, his lack of success in terms of results, 6 defeats, 2 wins in his 8 games, meant that he got sacked in January, which completely meant that the transfer window in January was kind of wasted. We did get a Rojo, which was a Wilfred Nancy scouted player, a player that came to Celtic because of Wilfred Nancy. It was him that negotiated that player, convinced Rojo to come to Celtic rather than going to one of his other 4 or 5 options that he had. And then, of course, Rojo played 20 minutes or something under Wilfred Nancy, and then Nancy the next day was sacked. So there was one good bit that came from the transfer window. Benjamin Arthur's been a decent loan player for Celtic. Unfortunately, all the other ones have not really hit the ground. Chavanchara's had a few good moments and quite a lot of bad moments. Adamu's had one good moment, and Mvuka's had no good moments. And in essence, for Mvuka, we should just send him back to Lorient now, because I can't see him seeing any part of the Celtic squad from now to the end of the season. So, great to have you on. Are you, Ken? Nice to have you on. Someone was making a comment, can't quite find it in the wee string there, regarding greater involvement with fan groups. Completely agree. I think there should be greater involvement with fan groups. I think one of the first things that Celtic should do, one way or another, is reinstate fan media having a place at the table at press conferences, etc. I think you're shooting yourself from the foot as a football club if you do block out fan media groups. I think greater involvement with fans in terms of meeting up with the Nicholsons and the Brian Wilsons and so on. I think that's a good option. I think a lot of aspects of running a football club are way beyond us as fans, in that we don't understand business law, we don't understand human resources law. We don't understand the financial aspects of running a club. We don't understand negotiating sponsorship deals, merchandising deals, all these different things. I think there's an awful lot of things that the executives and the board members and the specialist lawyers and so on are able to do that are way beyond what we can do. But I think certainly having a fan voice or lots of fan voices and fan groups and stuff, liaising with the board, working with the executives, I think that's a super idea. But I think there are some things which are solely the purview of specialist people who understand the laws, the financial laws, the human resources, employment law, all these kind of things. And someone was also talking about jumpers for goalposts. I completely agree. It's not something you tend to see terribly much these days with kids. Quite a lot of organised football with kids, going to parks where there's goalposts and stuff lined up. There's formal training sessions, but I don't know what other people were like. But my days at primary school, so from the age of 5 through to 11, you would go to school half an hour early. We would play football against each other in the playground with one set of goals at one end and another set of goals at the other end of the playground, and then you would play for half an hour before the morning started. You'd play at the mid-morning break. You would come back early from your lunch to play in the lunchtime, and then you would quite often, if the school let you, play another half hour after the school had ended, and then we would then go to the park to play there, or we would go to one of my friends who had a massive big back garden and play football in his back garden until it got too dark or until it was time to go home for an evening meal. So what I'm trying to say is the great majority of my time learning football was unstructured, playing against my mates, playing against other people at the school. To me, these days, too much of kids' football is structured and tactics and training and very regimented, rather than just kids really enjoying playing football. And as I say, when I was at school, it would be 0-0 on Monday morning when you started the game, and then that game would just carry on at each break through to the end of the week. So by the end of the week, it would be 43-37 or 59-46 or whatever, because you would just carry that game on through all the break times and all the preschool, end of school time as well. I have to say, ACSOM is not somebody that is not a channel that I have particularly followed. I'm not personally convinced that if you are the head person of ACSOM, that you should be appearing so often on Sky Sports, Scott Sport, BBC, all these different things. I tend to see the chap who runs, or one of the people who runs ACSOM, forever being quoted by Sky Sports, forever getting quoted by the BBC in their columns and stuff, as if he is the ultimate fan guru. So I don't personally think there should be a crossover between fan media and professional media. Fan media should be fan media, professional media, Sky Sports, BBC, Scott Sports, Talk Sport, etc., etc. They are a different matter. They are professionals. Us fan media should be fan medias and be fans. Yes, so Typhoon McFluttery, yes, there should be more public parks with free football pitches to play on, and I suspect there may be a difference between living in a city, living in a big town, which I've never ever done in my life apart from 5 years at university. The rest of my life has always been living in little rural villages. So when I grew up, as I said, there was a public park, which is where we played football for the school, the Cubs, the under-13s, the under-15s, the under-17 team. It's where the pub team played as well. No, that was part of the pub team, but there were two pitches there, a bigger pitch and a smaller pitch. So there was always a pitch where kids could just go and play football on, with proper goals, proper proper pitch outlines, etc., etc. And in the village I live in now, again, we've got a big public park open to everybody. It's where the school plays, it's where the boys club play, it's where the pub team plays. But there's also plenty of room for kids just to play football as well. So I'm quite lucky, probably, where I live and where I've always lived, apart from 5 years at university. There's always been lots of access to public parks, free of charge for people to play football, and no restrictions. Both Michael Ross, strangely enough, one of the places we used to play football a lot when I was 9, 10, 11 years old was a big farmer's field at the back of my house and the back of one of my best school friends. We had houses that were kind of about 200 meters apart, and separating the two houses was this big farmer's field that was full of cows sometimes, full of horses other times. And so we did have to kind of set up our pitch and our goalposts with jumpers and jerseys and bricks and various different things in the farmer's field where there were cows and horses and stuff. Just avoid them. But again, the farmers never had a problem with us using their big field that separated my house from Greg's house. So you are fairly right. We didn't use cows for goalposts, but we did actually. Our where we played football was the other end of the pitch, the other end of a massive big field where there were cows and horses, etc. Anyway, those were the good old days. Who was better for Celtic, Rodgers or O'Neill? I think they've both. Well, obviously, I think O'Neill is a better manager than Rodgers. What Rodgers has been good at in his various jobs, from his time in England through his 2 spells at Celtic, he's been good coming into a team that is already set up with an already good bunch of players and keeping them being successful. Now, he had relative success at Liverpool, nearly won the title at Liverpool, but when they didn't win the title, things took a bit of a downhill turn, and he wasn't very good at turning that club around, Liverpool around, and so he got sacked in his 4th season at Liverpool. Much the same at Leicester. He came in and took over a really good side at Leicester, made them better the next season, got them into Europe, won the cup. Things started to go wrong, and then his transfer purchases and his bringing through young players wasn't very good, and then he got sacked by Leicester in his 4th season at Leicester. And if you think about Celtic, 2 good seasons at Celtic first time around, good season first time around, a good 3rd season, but then he left us halfway through his 3rd season at Celtic, and this season, 2 really good seasons at Celtic. And then in the 3rd season, starting for the team to really need reinvigorated and refreshed, he wasn't very good at doing that for one reason or another, and he jumped ship, was sacked, whatever the case may be. And the fact he got so quickly this big job in Saudi suggests to me that contract was already on the table for him to take whenever he wanted when he left Celtic. So I think O'Neill would be a much better manager, and was a much better manager coming in with a good side and making it better and better and better and better and better. I think Gordon Strachan also took many of the best bits of the O'Neill 5 years and kept Celtic moving forward. We then had some poorer times. We kind of we were quite lucky in the Ronnie Dahlia years, and that Rangers weren't a force to be reckoned with. He won 2 leagues out of 2. He won 1 cup out of 4. So yes, so Michael Ross, O'Neill's the best manager in your lifetime. I would say O'Neill, in that he had 5 years of success at Celtic, lots of trophies, got us success in Europe, You could also say Gordon Strachan, a couple of times he got us through to the knockout stages of the old-fashioned Champions League. That was pretty decent. He won some cups, he won some leagues. Rodgers, good record in terms of winning trophies and leagues and doubles and trebles and quadruple trebles, etc. I just don't think Rodgers is a manager who can keep on taking a club and a team forward and reinvigorating and refreshing the side whilst not losing any quality from the side. He didn't really do that at Liverpool. He didn't do that at Leicester. And I think he struggled to do that at Celtic in his most recent spell. I think O'Neill was and is a manager who could keep on taking a club forward. The way that Ferguson did, the way Wenger did, the way that the best managers in the world do. Totally agree. Brendan Rodgers won more trophies. Martin O'Neill's record in terms of winning percentage is still way ahead of any Celtic manager, even better than Jock Stein's record. So Rodgers won more trophies. O'Neill has won more games as a percentage of games played than Rodgers has in either of Rodgers' two spells or even in Rodgers' whole time put together. O'Neill's got the best winning percentage of any Celtic manager. I think Ange Postecoglou was a better manager than Rodgers. Possibly could have been as good a manager as Martin O'Neill, just only had him for 2 years. I think he's another person who could have kept moving Celtic forward had he chosen to stay rather than moving down to Spurs. Yep. I think Michael Rush, you make a super point. Rodgers had no competition. I think certainly in his first spell, Rodgers had very little competition from any other teams in Scotland. I would argue that by the time that Ange Postecoglou had his 2 seasons and Rodgers had his first 2 seasons, I think Rangers were a pretty decent side in those 4 years. The tail end of the Steven Gerrard team that won the title by a mile in that COVID season. Remembering that the Rangers team during that time was good enough to get all the way to the Europa League final to lose to Eintracht Frankfurt on penalties. So I would say that Rangers team was a good team, and that Celtic's team in the 2 or 3 seasons before and after that were more than good enough to dominate Scottish football. So I do think the Postecoglou 2 years and the Rodgers 2 years, there was a lot of competition from Rangers, and that Rangers side was a strong team. Just our team was stronger and better all around. Kenneth Todd, that may well be the case. My understanding is that at the end of Postecoglou's second season at Celtic, when he won the treble, the final 6 months of his time, Celtic offered him whatever you want in terms of a salary, whatever you want in terms of staff, whatever you want in terms of transfer policy. However, Postecoglou wanted to move to a bigger league and a richer club and to play in the best league in the world. And obviously, Celtic don't play in the English Premier League, so we don't play in the best, strongest, most powerful, most prestigious league in the world. So I don't think... Well, Kenneth Todd, all I'm doing is I'm quoting stories that other people have said. I wasn't there. My understanding was that Postecoglou was offered a long-term contract, something in the region of £2 to £3 million a year. However, Tottenham were able to offer him the same as that, except a much, much bigger amount of money than that. And because of the nature of the English Premier League, a considerably bigger transfer budget and a considerably bigger wage budget. A budget that Celtic can offer because we've got a tiny TV contract, small sponsorship deals, tight, small prize money deals, etc. And Tottenham's ground is practically the same size as Celtic's ground. Not got as big a crowd as Celtic, but they've got a massive big stadium as well. So my understanding was that Tottenham were able to offer him, because of the amount of money they have by nature every year from their tremendous Sky TV contract and all the other contracts that come for being an English Premier League club, they were able to offer him 10 times as much as Celtic could do within our budget, given all those other different factors I'm talking about. I don't know if it's true or not. I wasn't there. None of us were there. You get inside stories from people who were supposedly behind the scenes at Celtic, leaking stories. Strachan is underestimated by the fans. I would tend to agree with that. I like Gordon Strachan as a person. He's much like Martin Neal. He's a relatively intelligent person. I like the way that he puts his words together. I think Gordon Strachan suffered a bit because he wasn't a Celtic fan, a Celtic player, etc., etc. Kenneth Todd, I'm not. All I'm trying to say, Kenneth Todd, is I can only say what I have read, what I've heard, and what I think. I am not claiming to be any cleverer or more inside at Celtic. I am just a lowly fan who has a forum, a live stream, a channel to do videos on and questions and do live streams on. I don't know. I don't know all the ins and outs of what was or wasn't offered to Ange Postecoglou. All I can report is what the stories I read, the rumours that I read, and pass them on. I'm not claiming you've been a Celtic fan since the 70s. I've been a Celtics fan since 1972. I don't think it's a question of who's been a Celtic fan longer to be whatever. We've both been Celtic fans for 50 plus years. So, and all I've got in terms of being a Celtic fan is a lot more experience than some other Celtic fans, which is, again, as I was saying maybe about an hour ago, was one of the reasons I set up this channel was the fact that so many of the channels on YouTube and the fan sites were young kids, were kids like Ryan Mominate, who's in his 20s, or people in their 20s and 30s like Hamish Carton or Quinny or all these people. Yep. So Michael Ross, 475. 4735. Yes, I think it was inevitable and understandable that Ange Postecoglou, having won 5 trophies out of 6 at Celtic, and then getting an offer to go and manage in the #1 league in the world, the English Premier League, the money in the English Premier League, the quality of footballers in the English Premier League is unbelievable. There are very few people who would turn down the opportunity to go and manage one of the biggest teams in England, Tottenham Hotspur, tons of money, big stadium, really high quality squad, all these things. There are very few people who would have turned that down, particularly for somebody who didn't have a massive loyalty to Celtic. As was the case with Ange Postecoglou, he was an Australian manager, never played for Celtic, never particularly watched Celtic, wasn't a Celtic fan, etc. So there was nothing really to keep him at the club other than the chance to win lots of trophies. So he could have chosen to stay at Celtic for another season or two, won another 4, 5, 6 trophies, etc. Maybe had some success in Europe, all these different things, but he chose to go to Tottenham, 2 not terribly successful league seasons in England. Did win the Europa League in between times, though, so not a bad fortune. Then, big payoff from Tottenham. Went to Nottingham Forest, managed there for a couple of months, got sacked, and no doubt probably from his payoff from Spurs and his payoff from Notts Forest, probably never has to play to do to ever manage a game of football in the rest of his life because of the massive amounts of compensation he got from being sacked from those two jobs. Yeah, it is disappointing, Paradise Huddle, that Ange Postecoglou has said a couple of times that he wouldn't want to come back to Celtic. To be fair, there are a lot of people who claim to know him, who've been with him since his Australian days, his Australian management days, who knew him from Japanese football, etc., said that he never ever wants to go back to. He's not a person who goes back to a club that he's ever been back before. He doesn't believe in going backwards in his career. He believes in going forwards with his career. Which is why it wouldn't be the least bit surprising, given the fact he is, I think, about 60 years old. He might well decide just to retire as a football manager and just be a pundit for the rest of his life on British TV, Australian TV, Japanese TV, etc. I think he's probably got a career for the rest of his life, much like Martin O'Neill did before he came back to us. Yeah, Paul Maguire, can't blame Ange for leaving, but what a blunder. Won the Europa League and got sacked by Spurs. To me, it seemed massively disloyal, particularly because in the second season at Spurs, from memory, he was really struggling with losing about half of his first team squad to injury. He was playing a lot of kids in his team, playing a lot of players in adapted formations and adapted positions and stuff. He kind of patched together all that success. Now, admittedly, they were second or third from being relegated that season, so they managed to avoid it by a position or two. But for me, I think he'd done more than enough to get another season or two at Tottenham Hotspur. And of course, they sacked him, and they've had a rotten season this season. They've changed their manager 3 or 4 times now. Looks like they might well manage to stay up with West Ham going down as that final relegation place. As they do seem to have had a bit of a turnaround with De Zerbi in the last couple of matches. Really good point, Ty, from Felicity. Do I think that Frank McGarvey should be reconsidered as a Celtic legend? I think he... I don't know quite whether he is a Celtic legend as such, but he definitely should be right up there for me, besides players like Paul Wilson, Harry Hood, Dixie Deans, of really good Celtic players. George McCluskey, another great servant for the club. Maybe not quite up to what I would call a legend, in that he's not up to the level of a Danny McGrain, a Paul McStay, a Kenny Dalglish, a Henrik Larsson, a John Hartson, a Neil Lennon, a Paul Lambert, where they were really top quality. Frank McGarvey, really good goal scorer for Celtic, really good goal scorer in Scottish football, tremendously hard-working player, really maximised his talent and his potential. So I think he should really be a player in the upper echelons and upper levels of Celtic greatness. Whether I would put him into the legend status, I would say probably no, but he's maybe one level below the truly legend players like Nakamura, Moravchik, Douglas McGrain, McStay, etc., etc. Well, Michael Ross, you're amazed that O'Neill wants to work with his board. Well, he had every opportunity to turn them down in October when Rodgers resigned, got sacked, whatever happened to him. He had every option and every chance to turn them down again in January when Nancy got sacked. I can't see that he would happily come back to manage Celtic unless he was happy with the conditions, happy with the input from the board members. My understanding was when he agreed to Dermot Desmond's offer of coming to manage in October, he was asked, who do you want to be your backroom staff? And O'Neill said, I want Maloney, Fotheringham, McManus. And within 24 hours or so, all those three were there for him. So I don't see, in essence, there was no reason for Martin O'Neill to come back. It wasn't as if he needed the money. He had 3 or 4 very lucrative jobs down south with Talk Radio and various different broadcasters, BBC, Premier Sports, ITV, etc., etc. So, and he was 73 by that point. So. Michael Ross, yeah, Frank McGarvey, again, obvious time, one of my favourite players there, scored some super goals for Celtic. Good point as well, Michael Ross. Players like Davy Provan and Charlie Nicholas ignored by the fans because of their media work. They were great players for Celtic when they played for Celtic. Both of them, I don't know, they both seemed a bit like Andy Walker. They all seemed a wee bit sort of, they seemed to me, and again, that's just might be my opinion, they seemed to be people who, after they left Celtic, kind of had a sort of a grumbling or a grudge against Celtic. They tended to be, for me, a bit more overcritical of Celtic than they were of other teams or other players and stuff. I don't know. You don't tend to get terribly many ex-Rangers players or ex-Hibs players or ex-Hearts players who are quite so negative about their old club as Provan, Nicholas, Andy Walker have all been over the years. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Ernest, mostly the janitor at your primary school was Paul Wilson's dad. That's really remarkable bit of history there. I say right at the start when I was watching Celtic way back in the early 70s, Paul Wilson was one of my favourite players. He was an underrated player, a better player than I think he was given credit for. He obviously had a lot of he had a lot of really high quality players to try and force out the team, the Harry Hoods, the Dixie Deans, the Ken Dalglishis, etc., etc. For me, he was like quite a lot of the players at that time. There was something magical about him. A lot of pace, good goal scorer. Had to adapt the way he played to fit into Jock Stein's way of playing, etc. Would I work for the current board? Well, it's not really. I've not really got an option to work for them because I'm just a silly old man, fan pundit type person. But the answer to that question is if they offered me, if I was Jens Bertel Askew, which I'm not, or if I was Roberto Martinez or Stevie Clark, and they offered me a job, I would say yes. Of course, I would say yes because I'm getting the chance to manage one of the biggest, the biggest, bestest club in Scotland, a team with incredible history, and a club with absolutely unbelievable recent success. So yes, if I was of a person who could be offered that sort of job, I would take it at the drop of a hat. People would disagree with this, but my understanding was that when Postecoglou came in 21-22, he put down a series of demands of what he wanted to agree to the contract, and those things were agreed to. So I don't know, and I'm willing to accept all the different things regarding the fact that our success in Europe has been disappointing for the most part for the last 20, well, no, maybe not 20 years, because obviously Strachan's got us into the last 16 a couple of times, but last 15 years, let's say, so onwards, has been disappointing. But over those last 15 years, so from just before the Brendan Rodgers 2016 onwards spell, we have been winning doubles and trebles and league titles non-stop. Where the 9 in a row, then we've had the 4 in a row. So we've won 13 out of 14. We've got every chance of making it 14 out of 15. So, and in many of those years, we've had doubles and trebles to add to the league title. So we are a club with massive domestic success, haven't managed to push forward to be European successes for 15 years or more, which is disappointing. And for me, part of that is lack of continuity of having the same manager for more than 2 seasons, which has been the case pretty much from Brendan Rodgers 2016 onwards. Actually, if you think about the 2 years before, that was Ronnie Dyer. So we're talking well over 10 years of chopping and changing our managers every 2 years. So someone was talking about John Hartson's punditry and the fact he's very pro-Celtic. Yes, I'm not saying all ex-Celtic players are not Celtic fans. John Hartson, massively loyal to the club. Johan Mjalby, Stilian Petrov, Chris Sutton. There's tons and tons of ex-Celtic players who are very much pro-Celtic. I was just kind of saying, someone was talking about Davy Provan and Charlie Nicholas, and I threw into that hat Andy Walker. At no point did I say all Celtic ex-players are anti-Celtic. I just said those 3 seem to be. Anyway, to me, from what I've heard of John Hartson, Chris Sutton, Stilian Petrov, Mjalby, Mulgrew, Aidan McGeady, plenty of other players who are ex-Celtic players, they still have green-tinted glasses on when they're watching football games, much the same way that Alan Hutton, Chris Boyd, all these ex-Rangers players still see everything in terms of their blue, white and red glasses when they're watching a Rangers match and can't see anything against their team. Michael Rose, all you're saying is Nicholas was ultimately amazing. He was a super player for Celtic, scored a lot of goals for Celtic, particularly in his first spell before he went off to Arsenal. He's not been, for me, I always thought his punditry work on Sky Sports was rubbish. I didn't think he actually talked very much sense. He always seemed to actually get a good gig on Sky Sports, but I thought his analysis of games, analysis of players, his commentary, etc., was very poor. Wyoming CSE, Chris Sutton, best Celtic pundit, praises and criticises the team when it's warranted. I would say he does criticise and praise the team. I do think he also likes stirring up controversy, and I have had the feeling a few times things that Chris Sutton has said have got under the skin of Martin O'Neill, and that Martin O'Neill's kind of thought some of the things that Sutton's been saying about Celtic just recently have been ill-informed or incorrect or undermining the players and undermining the coaching staff, etc. at Celtic. But Chris Sutton, like everybody in the world, is allowed to have his opinion. So if he wants to be negative, if he wants to criticise, super. If he wants to stir up controversy and stir up fights and disputes and stuff, Good. I think it gets people like Chris Sutton and what's his name, Robbie Savage, the fact, and Chris Boyd for that matter. I think they all quite like being controversial. I think they all like stirring up trouble. And if you think back to, if you think back, as Michael Ross is pointing out, certainly Chris Sutton has not forgiven Dunfermline in the best part of 20 years for lying down to Rangers in that game. For me, if I was Chris Sutton or Chris Sutton's wife or children or mum or dad, if he's still got his mum and dad living alive, I would say, Chris, just give it a rest. It's 20 years ago. Let's move on. But I think Chris Sutton, massive Celtic fan. He, like many Celtic players, has been tremendously loyal to the club after leaving. Comes back to do media work with Celtic, comes back for prize givings, comes back for Player of the Year, comes back for media stuff, and has, for the greater majority of his career, been very pro-Celtic. He's been quite anti-Celtic this season, and as I said, it did feel a few times when O'Neill's been told what Sutton has said in the press or on TV, it's kind of got under Martin O'Neill's skin, which maybe isn't the best thing to do. Because I think there is still tremendous respect between Sutton and O'Neill. Oops. Pat McLaughlin, you've never seen that game. I presume this is the Dunfermline Rangers match at the end of that season. I didn't see the game either. My memory was that Rangers thumped Dunfermline. Whether Dunfermline lay down and let them win, I doubt that. I suspect that probably what happened was once Dunfermline started losing that game, they didn't keep on fighting as they might have done if there was something left in the season for them. If you think about the Motherwell game where we ended up losing 2-1, Motherwell played right through to the last minute, and I say it was a lifelong Celtic fan, Scott McDonald, who did become our player shortly after, who scored those 2 goals in the last 10 minutes that cost us the title. Although you could equally say losing games and drawing games in the preceding months also lost us the title. So I think too often we get rather focused on one particular game. Celtic actually had enough chances in games earlier on that season not to have to win the last game against Motherwell that year, which turned out to be O'Neill's last year as manager, and then we won the cup final the week after. A Paradise Huddle, you think that Sutton would be a good manager? Well, my understanding was that Sutton was a manager for about a year or so in sort of lower leagues in England, and he was a really pretty poor success rate as a manager. I think, and he never really went back to management after that rather unsuccessful 12 months. I think he had a 25% win rate as a manager, which isn't really very good. And certainly, if Chris Sutton nowadays was commentating on a manager with a 25% win rate, I suspect he wouldn't be very complimentary or praising that manager as being any good. Wyman says you'd like to see Sutton get a job at Celtic. I suspect that Sutton's got too many media irons in the fire with the BBC, his radio show, and his vodcast things. Plus, obviously, works for Sky Sports. He's got too many media irons in the fire for him to give up his media work to be a Celtic person. However, I do think he actually would have a lot of good skills to bring to Celtic. I think he actually would be a good person in terms of being some form of liaison spokesperson for the club between the board, the executives, the players, the manager, the coach, etc. I think he actually would have a really strong role in the media, being a spokesman for Celtic. I think he would be a good person to be an advisor, etc. Typhoon McFlustery, we've got no idea. Well, we can speculate, we can guess as to where we would be without the 6 defeats and 2 wins under Wilfred Nancy. We can speculate as to how Celtic would have been had Brendan Rodgers stayed the Celtic manager the whole season. I think had Rodgers stayed the Celtic manager the whole season, we at least would have had continuity of selection, players, training, tactics, formations, etc. And I do think this is the chopping and changing from Rodgers to O'Neill to Nancy to O'Neill has disrupted an awful lot of things at Celtic, plus the fact we've had a lot more injuries than usual for a team. Yes, so if Celtic had won all their games that Nancy lost, we would have 85 points. If Celtic had won all the games that Martin O'Neill has lost or drawn with Celtic, we would have yet more points. But in general terms, managers do lose games. Managers do drop points. So we've lost a couple of league games under Martin O'Neill. We've drawn a couple of league games under Martin O'Neill. So we've lost 6 points, 10 points out of those 12 under 12, no 16. Yeah, we've lost 2 games and drawn 2 games under Martin O'Neill. So that's 6 points we've lost with the 2 losses. We've got 1 point, not 6 points, 2 points, not 6 from the 2 draws. So we've lost. We've got 2 points, not 12 points. So Paul Maguire, we appointed Nancy. In my opinion, we appointed Nancy because Celtic thought he would be a success, which we can argue about the merits of the Major League Soccer. He was a big success in Major League Soccer. By all the stats and analysis, the Major League Soccer teams are better than the Scottish teams in comparison for player quality, player experience, etc., etc. So anyway, so I think they appointed him in December because they were expecting him to be a success. They were expecting then to be able to build properly in the January transfer window because they had a manager and they had a forward plan, and then he could have merged the players that Celtic had with players that he wanted to bring in, people like Orojo, and there were apparently 2 or 3 other players lined up to come in had Nancy stayed, but all that got put in the back burner because Nancy got sacked. Yes, so all I'm saying, Pat McLaughlin, is yes, so we lost those points under Wilfred Nancy. We lost points under Brendan Rodgers. We lost points under Martin O'Neill. We don't know how Celtic would have done in that spell in December through to early January had O'Neill stayed. My memory of the last 2 or 3 games under Martin O'Neill were of us struggling to beat St Mirren and struggling to beat Dundee. Now, we beat them both. We beat Dundee 1-0. We beat St Mirren 1-0. It took a very late goal from McGregor to beat St Mirren 1-0. It took an early goal from Dyson Maida where he got a head injury and then holding on much for the next 60, 70 minutes against Dundee. Those were both games in which on another day we could have lost. Oops. Michael Ross, we all wanted Man City to work. Yes, I think we did. Apart from Callum McGregor, I think quite a lot. I think some of the players didn't like Wilfred Nancy for one reason or another. I think he wanted them to play a more energetic, all-energy brand of football, and it became quite clear that several players in that Celtic team didn't really appear to try 100% under Wilfred Nancy. And I've said this 100 times before, and other people have agreed with me. Some other people have disagreed with me. I think had Nancy been appointed last summer or this summer, he would have gone on to be a successful manager at Celtic, because he would have been able to have 2 months to install his tactics, 2 or 3 months to change the squad around to get players to fit his system far better, and train up some of the players from the old system to the new system. I think some of the players that were unavailable to him, Johnston, Carter Vickers, Jota, were all players that would have really blossomed in the Nancy system of playing football. I think Carter Vickers would have been a very good central defender, one of the middle one of the three. Alistair Johnston would have been a very, very good right centre back or right wing back, the role that Yang played. So I think the problem, as I've said before, with Nancy was he should just have carried on the tactics that Rodgers and O'Neill had used, and then gradually over the next 3 or 4 months merged his tactics in, and then really gone and changed things around more wholeheartedly over the course of this summer into the start of next season. Paradise Huddle, worst manager in our history. I think statistically his record is right up there with the worst that Celtic's had. People like Lou Macari and Liam Brady. Those were 2 terrible Celtic managers. Tony Mowbray, not a particularly good record as a Celtic manager. John Barnes, not a terribly good record as a Celtic manager. I would say that Nancy, in terms of ability, it was and is a better manager than Brady, Macari, Mowbray, John Barnes, and several others that Celtic have had over the years. But his success rate in terms of stats, of wins and losses, etc., very poor. Not going to dispute that. Paul McGuire, John Barnes. Yep. So for me, in terms of quality of manager, I would have Nancy well above Macari, Brady, Barnes, and Mowbray. As I said, Michael Ross, statistically, Nancy's record is the worst, I think, of all Celtic's permanent managers. I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying, in my opinion, in terms of talent and success at other clubs, Nancy is a much better manager than those other 4 or 5 that I mentioned. But all these things are moot points in that we don't know quite how Celtic would have performed with what were actually a series of pretty difficult games, and that's another reason that probably, in retrospect, throwing in Nancy with a game against Hearts, a game against St Mirren in the cup final, a game against Roma, it probably was the hardest possible first 3 games that he could have got, other than maybe throwing in a Rangers game. But between those games or after the Roma game, etc. So one could also argue, in terms of quality of management, etc., that the chances, shots on goal, possession stats, all these other things in the Nancy era were way, way better than they were in the Mowbray era, the Brady era, the Barnes era, the McCanny era. Unfortunately, for one reason or another, defensively we were poor, and in front of goals at the other end, we were very, very poor, not in putting chances away. And quite often, if you do put a couple of chances away, it completely changes the way that you attack and defend. Anyway, for me, there's no point in going back and talking about what ifs. The situation is the one we're in, which is 3 games to go. If we win 3 games, we could well win the title. If we win 3 games and Motherwell draw with Hearts on Saturday, we will win the league. So, as things stand at the moment, even though we're 3 points behind Hearts, the title is in our grasp. In that we win against Rangers, we win against Motherwell, we win against Hearts, it's down to goal difference. And we at least, if we win the next 2 games and Hearts win their next 2 games, we know what we have to do in the final game. And if everything clicked like it has done in a few games this season, we have got the ability to create lots of chances, and maybe this time we can put them away. You think about the St Mirren Cup semi-final. We put away, we created those chances, and every single one of them ended up in the net. We had about 6 goal-scoring chances in that game, and we put away the goals with Ian Apshaw a couple and Negrin, etc., etc. So we think about the 4-0 win we had against Dundee United, the win against Falkirk, the 4-1 against Falkirk early in the season under Rodgers. We have got the ability to put lots of chances in the net. We have got the ability to. So thank you very much, Mike Oros. Great. Thank you for saying it's been a great show. Night. God bless. Take care. And hopefully next time we do this next Thursday, we will be celebrating a big win over Rangers and Motherwell having done us a wee favour against Hearts. And then we can look forward to, actually it'll be after the Motherwell game as well next Thursday. Anyway. Rightio, time for who will be the next Celtic captain, and does Calmac need to step back? Now, I would not be the least bit surprised if Callum McGregor takes the money, much like Brendan Rodgers did, and disappears off to Saudi football. And again, at his age and his stage in life, if I was being offered £4 or £5 million a year with all the tax breaks you get from playing in Saudi Arabia, I would be saying, "Yep, I'll take that." So who would I have as, so if McGregor did leave the club, my personal opinion for who I would promote to be captain would be Alison Johnston. I think if McGregor stays, no matter who the next manager is, it's almost certain that Callum McGregor will remain the captain of the club and captain of the team. I don't think he is the best captain when the chips are down. I don't think he's a player. I don't think he's a player or a captain who rallies the team like Scott Brown, Neil Lennon, Paul Lambert, Billy McNeil, Roy Aitken, etc., etc. And I think someone like Alison Johnston would do that. Probably Kieran Tierney would be able to do that. Cameron Carter-Vickers has tended to be quieter, whether that's because there's been dominant people in the side like McGregor, instead of him to captain. Schmeichel and Hart also quite vocal people in terms of the team as well. So Wyoming, Hearts to beat Motherwell, which blocks Rangers out of it. Then Super John McGlynn wins us the league at Swine-Castle. My personal opinion is that I think Motherwell have got the ability to beat or draw Hearts with Hearts on the Saturday. I think Falkirk at best probably could get a draw off of Hearts, like they did do in the cup. They drew 1-1 in the cup, and then they beat them on penalties. That game was at Tynecastle as well. So, there's every chance that Falkirk would be going into that game midweek still with a chance of coming 5th in the league, which could give them European football for next season. Right, you don't trust Falkirk. McGlynn says it's littered with Rangers fans. I think in the end, if Falkirk go into that game against Hearts midweeks thinking if we can, depending on how Falkirk do against Hibs at the weekend, it could be that Falkirk go into that game against Hearts midweek in pole position for getting 5th place. And obviously, that could get them into Europe. And that would be dependent on Celtic coming 1st or 2nd in the league and winning the cup, because then that knocks down all the qualification things down an extra rung in Scottish football. Obviously, as Paul McGuire saying, McGlynn has worked wonders at Falkirk. Great manager. He's obviously been a person who worked for a few years at Celtic. He also obviously worked for a wee while at Hearts to less success. So I suspect that my feeling is that the much like Falkirk did in the first half against Rangers, where admittedly they did lose 6-2 in the end, but for that first half they were way, way better than Rangers and could easily have been 3-4 goals up by half time. So France Celtic, Motherwell to beat Hearts, and Askew sitting in the Celtic director's box from there out. Well, I suspect he would have to go back and manage. He would have to obviously manage Motherwell against Celtic in the midweek at Fir Park, and then their last games against Falkirk when we were playing against Hearts. But maybe Celtic could have a chat with him in the director's box at Motherwell. And as I said, there may well be stuff going on behind the scenes already. So Paradise Huddle. I think, let's see, as things stand at the moment, Falkirk do have a chance of 5th place. That might be gone depending on how Hibs and Falkirk get on Saturday. Typhoon McFlustery, I would like, simply for personal reasons, given the fact that it's a ground quite near to where I live, I'd quite like Dunfermline to get back up. Simply because it would mean that there would be a ground nearer to my house where I could go to watch Celtic playing, which has not been the case for a very, 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 very long time. So I quite like them to go up. And obviously they've got an ex-Celtic person as the manager. They've got a few ex-Celtic players in the team. So for those sorts of reasons, I would like them to come up. There'd be a lot of sort of romance and sort of Roy of the Rover style things if Arbroath came up. I don't know. I think there was their game today. And then I think what Party Thistle would be or the other team in the playoffs. So I don't have any personal preference, but if Dunfermline are still in the running to be promoted from the Championship, simply for personal reasons, in that it's a club near enough for me to get to nice and easily, I would quite like it that way. But I don't really have a strong feeling, no matter. Oops, sorry, wrong one. Pat McLaughlin. Motherwell 2, Hearts 0, Celtic 3, Rangers 1, Hearts 2, Falkirk 1. Yep. Motherwell 1, Celtic 1, Celtic 4, Hearts 1. So that would be yes. So Celtic would win the title. That's right, isn't it? Yes. No. So yes, that would mean Celtic would go level. Then we would be behind, and then we would go yes. So that would be lovely. I can certainly see. I can certainly see those first three results. I personally think Celtic are good enough to go to Motherwell and beat them there. If we're taking our chances, even how badly we played against Motherwell in that 2-0 defeat, we did actually have 3 or 4 chances to score, and the 2 goals that we gave away that game were due to pretty big errors by Kasper Schmeichel for the first one, and a mixture of him and Scales for the second one, with some stupid passing between each other. Anyway, so my personal feeling is it's going to go into the last game of the season, and my guess is that Celtic at that point will just need to win the game to beat Hearts, rather than having to beat them by 2 goals or 3 goals to overcome goal difference. So my guess at this point is we'll go into the last game of the season knowing that a win of any sort gives us the title. It would be tremendous if we could go into the last game of the season knowing that a draw is going to get us the title, because our goal difference is already better than Hearts and we're level on points with them. But I think that's probably a bit too much to hope for. It would take Motherwell or Falkirk scoring a few goals against them to give them for that to be the case. Yeah, Paul McGuire. Hopefully, we'll need to beat Hearts in the last game to become champions. I completely agree with that. That's what I'm hoping for. But as I said, even if it goes to the last game of the season and we need to win by a 1-goal margin or a 2-goal margin, I'm happy that Celtic will manage that. If we have to win by a 3-goal margin, I'm less confident. But if it's 2 goals margin or less, I'm very happy that Celtic will win that last game of the season. Anyway, we're now gone 1 o'clock in the morning, so we're now well into Friday. I think it's probably time to call it a day. So, as I say, it's now gone 1 o'clock in the morning. I think it's time for us all to get off to our beds. Time for me to give myself a bit of a yeah. I do think Rangers and Hearts will make the game physical this Sunday and then next Saturday, and then maybe it does depend on what the referees are like. Nick Walsh is like. For me, he's given some decisions that have favoured us, some decisions that have not favoured us. John Beaton's going to be on VAR, which is less good. I think he tends to be more unfair to Celtic as the VAR referee than he does when he's the actual referee on the pitch. But then that's just my personal opinion. Anyway, as I said, it's probably time for our goodbye. So happy weekend to you as well, Paul McGuire. Hopefully it's a good Saturday evening with Motherwell taking a point or 3 off of Hearts. Thank you very much, Typhoon McFlurry. Great to have you on. Great show. Like and subscribe. It's all completely free. So if you've not subscribed already, please do click that subscriber button. I'm always absolutely delighted when I get a new subscriber. It makes me so happy when there's one more on the list. Thank you to you as well, Kenneth Todd. I see. I'm all for sharing my opinions. I'm all for everyone having their opinion, and I am by far not any expert at all. I'm just an old man who's supported for 50 odd years. Thank you to all the people who've been on. Thank you to Paradise Huddle as well. Thank you to Gary and Cheryl Simpson. Thank you to everyone. So, without further ado, I think we'll call it an evening. Going to do another live stream next Thursday. At that point, we'll know how we've done against Rangers. We'll know how Hearts have done against Motherwell. We'll have known how we've done against Motherwell and how Falkirk and Hearts have been, and then we can plan towards the weekend. Thank you as well, Callum Coyle. and then we can plan towards the weekend. And hopefully, when we have our live stream next Thursday, Celtic are still in line to win the trophy. And by next Thursday, we'll know whether we need to win, draw, or win by a certain number of goals in the final game on the following Saturday. So a lot of the questions should be answered next Thursday. And we'll know exactly where we are, what exactly we need to do in 2 days after that on the Saturday against Hearts in game 38. And say, yep. Come on, you boys in green. Completely, totally agree. So, thank you so much to everyone for contributing. Thank you for all the brilliant. Yep, Kenneth Todd, completely right. We need to win. We will win all our games. That's what I fully expect. That's what I fully believe. And that's not just me being overly optimistic. That's what I genuinely believe, is that our team is better now. It's got stronger. We've got more fit players. We've got the benefit of Maeda back to good form, and Johnson back as a very, very pivotal player at right back. So goodbye to you all. Thank you all. See you again next Thursday, and goodbye, and hail, hail.